indecisive whenever there's someone new. Can't tell if I should block them or just let them through. The moments we're together, everything is cool. But at this point in life, I don't know what to do. I gotta know when to stay and when I should go. Learned my lesson a while ago. Where I'll end up, nobody knows. Should take it slow, move with caution along this road. Could be dangerous, I don't know. But at this time, I'm just trying to pick up the vibe. I feel like it feels right this time. Maybe not, I can't quite decide. But at this time, maybe I should just live my life. Let it go and enjoy the ride. Maybe not, I can't quite decide. Keep calm when the wind blows. I know everything gonna work out, so I aim up high when it feels low. I know it's hard to trust someone these days, and I know I go overboard when I think about all these things. Thoughts inside my brain, try to keep it sane. I gotta know when to stay and when I should go. Learned my lesson a while ago. Where I'll end up, nobody knows. Should take it slow, move with caution along this road. Could be dangerous, I don't know. But at this time, I'm just trying to pick up the vibe. I feel like it feels right this time. Maybe not, I can't quite decide. But at this time, maybe I should just live my life. Let it go and enjoy the ride. Maybe not, I can't quite decide. But at this time, I'm just trying to pick up the vibe. I feel like it feels right this time. Maybe not, I can't quite decide. But at this time, maybe I should just live my life. Let it go and enjoy the ride. Maybe not, I can't quite decide. But at this time, pick up the vibe. Feels right this time. I can't decide. But at this time, just live my life. Enjoy the ride. But at this time, I'm just trying to pick up the vibe. I feel like it feels right this time. Maybe not, I can't quite decide. But at this time, maybe I should just live my life. Let it go and enjoy the ride. Maybe not, I can't quite decide.
Hello everybody, I'm Thomas, and welcome back to another solo gaming Sunday this week, returning to one of my favorite tabletop RPGs, Forbidden Lands. which I am very excited about. This was one game that I've only played once on the channel, and I enjoyed it a whole heck of a lot. It had a lot of stuff I really like in TTRPGs, and the main reason it took me so long to return to it is because it's kind of, I think there's a lot of rules to it. It's kind of a complex game, and then since I took so long playing it since last time, I forgot a lot of the rules, and then I was like, well, I have to relearn it if I want to replay it. So yeah, I've been reading the rules and getting everything ready for today, which I am very excited about. And then hopefully after today, I'll return to this game hopefully more frequently, so I don't, there's not, it was 7 months since last time I played this on the channel, so it's been a while. But yeah, hope everybody is doing good, having a good Sunday. Some of you I just saw yesterday. I did a little small stream yesterday where I was just chilling playing some Slay the Spire, the board game, because I'm just like addicted to that game right now. I'm having so much fun with it. So yeah, hello there, Dean, welcome on in. Excited to watch the stream and see this game. Yeah, this game is really cool. I think it has, because obviously people like games for different reasons, but this game has a lot of things that I like in tabletop RPGs and does them really well. So I think it's a super good game. Yeah, I'm trying to think what else, what there is to talk about. Yeah, I had fun playing Slay the Spire yesterday. I played more today because go figure, it's a fun game. Right now playing playing through the Defect a little bit, taking a break from the Silent. I didn't, still haven't beaten Act 3 with the Silent yet, but Defect is probably my favorite. Defect or the Watcher? Probably the Defect. Watcher's really fun. Watcher's probably who I've had the most success with. The Defect I've had some really fun runs. Specifically, my favorite build was a Claw build on the Defect, which was really fun. Yeah, I'm trying to think what else to know. Not a lot. I mean, like I said, I just streamed yesterday, and then of course, last Saturday I did my 12-hour stream, which was a whole lot of fun. I really enjoyed that, and yeah, it wasn't as bad as I thought. I thought I was gonna be a lot more tired the next day or that night, and it took me a while to fall asleep. But then once I fell asleep, I was out, and I don't know. Yeah, it was a good time though. Yeah, I didn't do a video this last week because I was a little bit busy, and I was like, I streamed 12 hours over the weekend. Like, I can skip a video. But then I also streamed yesterday, so what else is new? Not much. I'm just excited to be returned to Forbidden Lands. Hopefully, let me know if the music's too loud, too quiet in the background. I'm gonna switch music once we actually start playing, but while I'm just yapping, I just got some background music going. Hello there, Alvin. Happy Sunday to you too. Welcome on in. Hope you're doing good. Man, I'm trying to think what else I have to really. I don't have much to talk about. Whoops. What? Did I add? This is not. Oh, hold on. Whoa. That was close. That was just Spotify. What are you doing, Spotify? Spotify just did like a smart shuffle and started playing music outside of my playlist, which I might not be allowed to play. So, whew. All right. I'm trying to think what else is new. Not a whole lot. Not much to talk about, really. See, Gen Con's coming up here soonish. It's like less than 2 months away, which I'm looking forward to. I'll be going to that again this year. So I'm not really signed up for many events at the moment. They already did the wish list. Like you could submit wish list of events, and I don't know. There's a couple I want to go to, and if there's spots available, I'll still probably sign up for some. Both the past times I've gone, I did like Keyforge tournaments, which I'll probably try to participate in again if they have some. Maybe try doing some like RPG playthroughs, like some one-shots would be kind of cool. But my favorite part about Gen Con is just like walking around the vendor hall, buying games, looking at games, demoing games, going into like the open play area and just playing with other people. It's fun. But yeah, that's coming up here soon. I was just looking at the calendar. I'm like, it's less than 2 months away. What else is new? not too much else. I've got some. I was kind of planning out my calendar earlier today for like I usually have a rough schedule for like my videos and streams, so I got some pretty cool ones I think coming up, especially next month. I think next month will be a pretty cool month. This month I do plan on at some point returning to some speedrun playthroughs and chat disrupted playthroughs, so that'll be something that'll return. Yeah. Yeah, July, there should be some cool stuff coming out. And yeah, July also, I mean, that's before, I mean, Gen Con happens right at the end of July, beginning of August, so probably do a couple like Gen Con related videos before and after. And I got some other, different type of videos that I want to do here soon. So one will probably be somewhat soon. The other ones, I don't know when they'll be, but new stuff's happening. Should be cool. Should be fun. Yeah, I don't have much else to talk about. Hope everybody else is doing good. Let me know if you played any cool games recently. I've just been playing Forbidden Lands and mainly Slay the Spire. I mean, that's all I've really been playing. It's like been basically non-stop setup on my table. Especially because it's kind of a lot to set up and tear down. So it's like, if I'm going to want to like play a little bit here and there, I'll just keep it set up and then just play when I can. Yeah. Skip the outro. I like that outro though. See, I got my little. I was gonna point to it, but I can't. Well, hold on. Which way? This way. I got my little Twitch follower goal back on screen. It was gone for a while, and I figured out why. It's because I had to like set a new follower goal. So look at that. We got a new follower goal, 50 followers, and then I will unlock some cool things on Twitch. Like I'll be able to give people VIP statuses. I don't know if I can do custom. I think also when I hit 50 is when I can unlock doing like polls on Twitch, which would be kind of nice. I don't know at what point I get the ability to upload custom emotes. Hopefully I get to do that soon because I got my cool custom emotes for YouTube, but Twitch doesn't get them. I don't think I haven't added any new ones, but I still got my cool little like custom emotes, which you should. Can you see them down? Oh, it doesn't really appear. I should look into that. Oh, and I was gonna fix Nightbot earlier today to make it try to not freak out as much, like as with people like putting emotes and stuff. Maybe it'd be less like restrict, but nah. But yeah, I guess you know what? I kind of just want to hop into this. Before I do, I wanted to poll the room, ask people whether you're currently in chat or if you're watching this in the future and you have an opinion on this, because I was kind of back and forth about. So today I'm going to be starting a new playthrough. I'm going to basically abandon my previous playthrough, start a new character, new adventure, have a new companion, all that new stuff. The one thing I was kind of going back and forth about is I was thinking about possibly creating my character beforehand and then just so I have more time to actually play the character on stream. But then I enjoy creating characters. I think it's part of the fun is creating characters. It just takes a while for me, especially if I'm trying to like come up with like a backstory or like tie some of their stuff together. So do you all have a preference, especially when I play like an RPG, of whether I do character creation on stream or off stream? The only time I guess I've really done this is with my most recent like Fallout playthrough with Lilith and VRAM. I pretty much prepared all of that off recording, off stream, which I mean I enjoyed because then I could like spend a lot of time making the characters and the factions and the locations and all that stuff, which would take forever if I were to do it like while recording. But obviously I think that's like an outlier because most playthroughs I don't put that much like detail into in time. So I don't know. I ended up not creating my character beforehand. I'm going to be creating him on stream today. Yeah, let me know if y'all have any preference, whether I do kind of character creation and whatnot off stream or whether you prefer to see that. Yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there before we get hopped in here. Some Forbidden Lands. So I'm going to switch over the music. One thing that's cool about Forbidden Lands, I think the first RPG I've played that has its own soundtrack, which is pretty cool. I don't know any other RPG that has its own soundtrack. I'm gonna check something real fast here. Give me 1 second. I know you're probably just seeing a black screen. I apologize. Give me 1 second. I'm just double checking some stuff on my end before we start going here. What's going on? Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. Okay. It looks like we're good. Okay. Cool. So is this gonna pop back up? There we go. All right. So today I will be playing Forbidden Lands, the tabletop RPG. I forget what its like subtext is, like raiders and rogues in a apocalyptic world. It's a very cool setting where it's like I would almost describe it kind of like an apocalyptic, like Wild West kind of RPG where you're not really playing this like, oh, I'm a good adventurer that's gonna go on a quest for the king. It's more like, no, this land that you're in, it's been covered by this thing called the Blood Mist, which is no longer there. Now people can explore freely, and there's all these, like, there was a demon gate that was opened up at one point, so now there's like weird creatures, and it's kind of like I don't know, a lot more like rough and tough world rather than like a do good like adventurer type of world. There's a lot of cool things about this RPG. I always give my final thoughts at the end, so I'll definitely go into more detail there. Maybe I'll kind of hold off for now, but it has stuff like hex crawling, which I really like. It has gathering, you can craft, they have stronghold rules. Like, there's a lot of really cool stuff about it. Let me know. I'm gonna turn down the music a little bit. It seems a little loud on my end. Hopefully it's not too loud on y'all's end, but let me know if it is. So today I am playing on my preferred virtual tabletop, which is Foundry Virtual Tabletop. I quite like. And the more I've been using it, the more I like it. And the one thing that's really nice about this game is I think this is one of the few games that I've actually bought a module for. So Free League, I guess, is the company that makes Forbidden Lands, has made a Foundry module. You can get the game system for free that allows you to like create character sheets and whatnot, but then you could get like buy essentially the compendium packs. So like over here and under gear, like all of the items are there and all of the talents are here, so I could just have like all of this available, all the NPCs, like all the different like creatures. If I go into core games, animals, boom, there's a bear with all of its combat and gear and notes. So I highly recommend the premium purchased game modules for this, because I think they are written quite well, have a lot of detail, and save a lot of time. You also get the cool map in the background. Like I said, I mean, there's like, you could get the game system for free with Foundry, but then you won't have any of like the items and NPCs and the map and all that stuff. So you'd have to just like do that yourself if you wanted to, but it would probably take a lot of time. So I'm using that module. I'm using a couple of dice modules like Dice So Nice and Dice Tray. I'm using the small time module down here just to have like a little clock at the bottom. I am also, if you maybe recognize this little window, there is a great module for Mythic Game Master Emulator 2nd edition. I think it also has the 1st edition in it. That allows you to play with Mythic Game Master Emulator. And I don't think it's super necessary for this game, but I really like Mythic. So I'm going to use it. If not, ooh, that's got loud. I'm going to turn that down a little bit. I'm going to turn that down to like 60%. That still seems loud. Maybe it's just my end. Just turn my actual volume down a little bit. Turn it down a little bit more. I hope that's not too loud for y'all. But yeah, so we're going to be using Mythic at the very least just for fate questions. And normally with Mythic, you adjust the chaos factor at the end of each scene. This game is kind of structured into days, so I'll probably just do it every day, or maybe every quarter day, probably every day. I probably will use also like the character list and thread list, and Mythic just has a lot of really good tables like that built into here, especially like just the actions, descriptions, stuff like that I quite like. So I will be using Mythic today, and I will be using a module that I made. So I have recently been starting to learn how to make macros and modules in Foundry Virtual Tabletop, because there is some functionality of some stuff missing that I wanted and didn't exist, so I made it. It turns out macros are not all too terribly hard because they're mainly written in JavaScript, which is a programming language I am very familiar with. So hidden under my camera, like a magic trick, I will pull out, I have been working on this little journal. I've spent a lot of time on this journal, and it has a good number of macros that speed up stuff tremendously when playing solo, and even like with like game masters, co-op, whatever. So I kind of want to quickly show off the macro and show what it can do. So I'm gonna just go over the different pages real fast. So this journey page is for when you enter a hex. It has all the different terrains, and what this will do is if I go into a forest for the first time, I click new forest and I get a little chat output giving me, it essentially draws a card for the nature of the location, and it does a wilderness feature, and it'll do the random encounter. So it kind of does all three things. If I go into a returning forest, it will just skip the random encounter and it will just give a nature location and the wilderness feature, which is just kind of nice. Gives some flavor as you're traveling around, because you're supposed to do that whenever you enter a hex or when you return to a hex. That's why there's like the two columns. On the village page, I have a bunch of different ways to generate a random village, which I am pretty proud of. If you click the top button, it just generates a random village. You can see it names it. So we got Windbridge, an outpost with 11 inhabitants. Primary inhabitants is Wolfkin. Gives you when it was built, who its ruler is, the problem of the village, what the village is famous for, the village oddity, and the institutions. Now, how I have it working, which I think is pretty fun, is for each institution, it will generate 2 NPCs for each institution. One will always be like the owner of that institution, and then the other will be some like random employee. So like this mill here, we have Fenrilla, who's an old wolfkin who is the owner of the mill, and then we have Torvald, an old wolfkin who works there as a grain handler. And as you can see, I could just click and it generates a village. It saves the data also in some folders in the journal folder. So it creates like a folder for the village with the info. All the NPCs get generated here, and generated NPCs. It makes stuff super quick. And as you can see, I can generate by size. So if I just want an outpost, click that, boom. We got Iron Bridge, or if I want a full village, takes a second, but here we go. We got Stormhearth. This is a village of 206 inhabitants. As you see, it also rolls up the taverns automatically and creates a journal entry for them. So we got the Boisterous Barrel, and once again, 2 employees per institution. You can click this to open up details about the inn, and it's super, super cool. All of this is stuff that you can do with Forbidden Lands, and there's rules for. I just made macros to be able to click, and it does all the tables for you and puts all the data together and creates a journal entry and does all this other stuff, which I think will speed up solo play a tremendous amount. You can also create villages by kin. So if I want to create a dwarf village, I click that and boom, we got Blackbridge, a hamlet of 22 that's a primary inhabitants of dwarf from the Meromanian clan. And that's villages, castles, pretty much the same thing. You can generate a random castle, boom, uses the tool or the rules in Forbidden Lands to generate a castle, gives it a name, description, condition, original purpose. You could do castles by type, dungeons, generate random dungeon, boom. It generates it with all the rooms. So it generated 19 rooms for this large 2-year-old mine. Which is pretty cool. You can generate once again by size. NPCs you can generate randomly, once again, random NPC or random by kin. Legends you can generate random legend, and this will generate the legend of the stingy treasure hunter and gold, lots of gold, which is once again all in the rules of Forbidden Lands, but being able to click and have it create all this stuff for you makes stuff way easier and way quicker. So that's my little thing I've been working on, and I'm gonna kind of just keep that hidden up here, and I'll just use that throughout my playthrough. I do at some point plan on releasing this as a public module. I want to add a couple more things, fix a couple more things, kind of test it out. I haven't really tested it out much. But yeah, it's something I've been working on for a while now, and just because I've been really enjoying playing this game again recently and want to, speed up solo play and just play in general. And this is a good way to do that. I'm going to delete everything I just generated because I don't need it. I don't want it. But yeah, we'll get hopping into play here. Hello there, KDK. Happy Sunday to you too. Welcome on in. So that's my cool little module I made. It's pretty neat. Okay, I think we're good to go. So, Forbidden Lands. What I want to do is take a bit of time and go over the rules briefly. Like I said, there's kind of a lot of rules to this, but I'll give a brief overview, and then we'll get into character creation. Got to create a companion. Gonna make a starting village and all that stuff, and then we'll get into the game proper. I'm gonna adjust the volume a little bit, turn it up. I don't know how loud or quiet it should be, but it's good background music. And that's another nice thing. I mentioned this game has its own soundtrack. It comes with the Foundry module, so I didn't even need to like add this in. It just has their own game soundtrack, which I think is pretty dang cool. So yeah, so Forbidden Lands, like I said, is kind of it's a more rough and tough RPG, not very as much like a feel good, happy adventure. Like it's rough out there in Forbidden Lands. It's dangerous. Good chance your character's gonna die, so you have to be kind of prepared for that. What I was gonna do is open up the player's handbook. What's cool is all of when you buy the Foundry modules, it also has like basically all of the player's handbook and the game master handbook like in Foundry, so I could just open it up like this, which is pretty cool. So yeah, I'll read this. Like, this is a little intro text, which that's kind of more for the actual story, which I don't know, that's kind of a lot, so I'll just skip that. But I'll read this little part here that says, welcome to Forbidden Lands. In this tabletop role-playing game, you are not heroes sent on missions directly by others. Instead, you are raiders and rogues bent on making your own mark on a cursed world. You will wander the wild lands, discover lost tombs, fight monsters, and, if you live long enough, build your own strongholds to defend. During your adventures, you will uncover the secrets of dark powers lurking in the shadows, and in the end, you can be the one to decide the fate of the Forbidden Lands. So players portray adventurers and all that good stuff. There's a game master, but today, we're playing solo. This game, it does have solo rules. They are in an expansion called the Book of the Beast. That has solo rules in here that we'll be using a lot of today. But in the gist of it, like I said, it's a hex crawling game, which is really cool. As you can maybe kind of see, the map is split up into hexes, and you get this really cool big old map that has lots of different terrain. And as you can probably guess, the terrain actually is cool that it matters. Like, it can affect how hard it is to forage or how hard it is to move through and what kind of encounters you can have. Each day is kind of split up into quarter days, and essentially each quarter day you can choose to do different things. Traveling is kind of split up into quarter days. And yeah, there's what's cool about this game that I really like is that it has good traveling rules. It has stuff like foraging, hunting. You can fish, you can get professions, you can do all sorts of stuff. As I kind of mentioned, you can like get strongholds, like a base of operation, and kind of use that as a place that you have a base set up and you can start expanding. There's tons of stronghold rules, which is really cool. There's stuff for like building new features, and there's lots of cool stuff that you can add on to just add new like functions. So you can get like a bakery, so you're able to cook stuff at your like stronghold or whatever. So what's so forbidden about them? The Forbidden Lands, well, there's like a whole story about how this area was, I'm trying to remember the whole lore, but it's essentially like it was mainly, I think, a human like ran area, and at some point like the elves moved in. There was lots of wars going on and whatnot, and at one point some people fled behind, I think, north, which is, I forget. There's like there's a bridge, or not a bridge, like a door down here. It's called the Iron Lock, not the Silent Lock. But essentially, it's forbidden because there's just lots of stuff going on. There's lots of races, so a lot of them don't like each other, and there's like orcs that don't like humans, and there's elves that don't like wolfkin, and all these different types of races and whatnot. But the main thing that makes Forbidden Lands so forbidden is that it, at one point, had something called the Blood Mist, which was this mysterious mist that would appear at nighttime and cover like most of the land. Meaning you could kind of travel during the day, but then like you couldn't really travel far because at night this blood mist would come out and there'd be demons and other creatures. At one point, like there's this like warlock guy that became ruler and like opened a demon portal, so now there's all these like demon creatures running around, and where we're starting, the blood mist has kind of ended, and that's why people are starting to venture out again. So yeah, it's pretty rough out there. There's like demons and lots of creatures, and it's just like it's pretty rough and tough out there. You know, there's not a lot of civilizations, and the ones you do find may not be very big. You kind of have to forage your own food. You have to make your own camps. You can craft your own stuff. So, yeah. Got a character sheet, of course. What a couple of things that's cool about this game. One, you do not have health points, and two, there are no levels in this game. So you're not gonna be a level 3 warrior with 18 HP. You have attributes, and all your attributes will have different values from like 2 to 6, and essentially your attributes can get worn down. And then if you lose all your attribute points, you're what's called broken, and then that's depending on what attribute gets broken, different stuff happens. So if your like strength gets broken, you fall like unconscious, or if your wits gets broken, you kind of like get super scared. If your agility gets broken, like certain stuff happens. So you can die in this game, but you don't have like a health point pool, and you also don't have like a character level. Those just aren't things in this game. There are skills down here which have different values. How skill checks work is essentially you just roll a number of d6s. If I'm trying to do a might check, I would add whatever my strength value is, my might value. If I get any gear bonuses, I roll that many d6, and the number of 6s I roll, which are successes, will count towards the skill test. There's different conditions. You of course have combat, and combat's pretty convoluted. Essentially how combat works, first off, you don't roll for initiative. There is initiative order, but you draw cards, which is kind of interesting way to do it. And then you go in that order. During combat, you have what's called a slow action and a fast action. It's kind of like a bonus action or action from D&D. And fast actions are just small things. Slow actions, most of the time, you have to roll for. And what's cool is, let's say on my turn, I do a slow action of like swinging my sword. What I could do is I could save my fast action and use it later when I get attacked to either like try to dodge the attack or parry, or you have a couple of like what's called reactive actions, which you can do outside of your turn to try to like prevent damage, which is kind of cool. With the like combat, you can like switch. You can do what's called a feint attack and like switch initiative cards. You can switch initiative order around. Yeah, you have weapons and armor. It's pretty standard RPG fight combat stuff. Magic exists, but it's not very prevalent. You can do what's called pushing a roll, which if you fail a roll, any ones you roll will have a little skull on it, and those are called banes. Those are not bad inherently, but if you fail your roll and choose to push it, meaning you re-roll, you don't re-roll any banes you rolled, and when you re-roll and push a roll, then your banes do bad stuff, which they can break your attributes slowly. They can break your gear down. They could break your weapons down. They also do build you up willpower points, which is kind of your like a meta currency that you can use to do really cool stuff. Got conditions like sleepy, thirsty, hungry, cold, so you got to be cautious of the elements. You have to be cautious of your character, so you do have water rations, food rations. You got to make sure your character is, not dying of food or water, which I think is, and it does it in a really cool way. And like I said, you can forage in this game, so you can hunt, you can fish, which I think is really cool. And a little bio section for stuff about your character. Got talents, which talents are the main way you get special abilities. Your profession you choose, which is essentially like your class. will give you access to certain talents. Stuff like if you're a warrior, you might get access to certain like sword talents or whatever. But there's also general talents, stuff like fishing and tailoring and crafting and I don't know, horseback riding. There's a lot of general talents which you can grab from. A good amount of them too, which is one thing I really like about this game. You can see over here some like builder and chef and fast footwork and fast shooter and hammer fighter and herbalist and horseback rider. So there's a lot of cool general talents, and then there's kin specific talents that you get for your kin, and then you get profession talents based on whatever profession you choose. So there's a lot of cool stuff going on. That's kind of the gist of the character sheet and a very brief explanation of kind of what goes on in this game. I mean, the main purpose of your character is you have to kind of figure that out for yourself, but one of the main concepts in this game is legends. So when I create my character, I will create a legend, and I'll use my little handy macro here to create one. We got the determined princess and a large treasure, and this is built into the rules of Forbidden Lands. Essentially, it's just a way to make a little story for something that your character is going after. And one thing that's cool about this game, it's like I said, it is a hex crawl game, and you can see this map has some stuff on it. Ignore this test text, I just have that there to copy later. But you can see there's like houses and castles already here. But what's cool is just because this stuff is on the map doesn't mean that's the only thing on the map. And you might enter what looks like an empty hex here, but there might actually be a dungeon there that no one has known about before. So on the right hand side of this map, there's all these stickers. That's cool that I could just like, oh, there's a dungeon there. Okay, let me copy the sticker and over here, come over here, paste it, and boom. Now we got a sticker for this dungeon that's there, which I think is pretty cool. So you can modify the map a little bit, add stuff you find. So the map is not just kind of that is what has to be there. You can add your own stickers to kind of make the map your own, which I think is really, really cool. You kind of think of it like this map is what the Forbidden Lands looked like maybe before the Blood Mist, so it's pretty outdated. So there's stuff on here that might not be there anymore. There's stuff that's not there that might be there now. I have this little sword marker for the party, which I have my character and my companion in. That's just a way to track where the party's at. There's all these different actions you could do during a quarter day. I plan on just using this little like hexagon outline I have here to show which tiles I've been in. So like once I visit a tile, I'll just kind of paste that in the hex to show like I've been here, because there are some reasons that you want to keep track of like which hexes you visited and which ones you haven't, and stuff like that. I think that's kind of all I want to ramble about. I know I did a very brief rules overview, but there's, like I said, kind of a lot, and we're just gonna play and you'll get to see that way. It's a really cool game though. Like I said, this is one of my favorites, and I'm really happy to be returning to it. So yeah. Sounds like hogwash to me. I bet it ain't so bad. Probably just some bad mosquitoes. You'll be fine. Surely, yeah. Bad mosquitoes and like demonic mosquitoes. It's probably nothing. So let's get started with character creation. Then we can kind of just hop into playing. In this game, there are two ways to create a character. There is the standard way and the basic rules, and then there's also, let me turn up the volume a little bit more. There's also an expanded way to do it. There's basically an extra little supplement that comes with the game called Legends and Adventures. That's the thing that lets you create legends, and there's also kind of expanded rules for creating an adventure. I really like those rules, and that's what I'm going to use here today. Unfortunately, I just have the PDF pulled up on like my other monitor, so you'll have to just kind of bear with me as I kind of tell you what I have to do, because the thing is not part of Foundry. So, but we'll just create my character in Foundry, of course. So the first step to do is roll or choose a kin. And I already know what kin I want to play, and I want to play a wolf kin because it kind of sounds like fun. I also get a talent for my kin, so I will quickly add that to my talent section, which I just go under kin talents and grab the wolfkin one, which this talent I get is called Hunting Instincts. And what it does is the wolf can have a powerful sense of smell and can track their prey for days once they have caught their scent. I can spend willpower points to designate a person or creature as my prey. Your prey must be within line of sight, or there must be a scent to follow. The number of willpower points you spend equals the number of days you can follow your prey's scent. In combat, all attacks against your prey get +1 bonus per willpower spent until the creature is broken or until you choose to let your prey go. So a really cool tracking ability, essentially, which works good because I plan on playing a hunter character. So I now get to roll or choose on the table for my home region. I do believe I did create a table for this. Wolfkin home region. I'll just roll this table with the depths of Arena Forest. So where is Arena Forest? I think it's down here. Grovewood, the Shroud. Wait, where's Arena? Oh, over here? I don't even know if Wolfkin are in that forest. I mean, I guess they must be, but the depths of that? Okay, we'll maybe make my starting token, move that like over here. No, I don't want to do that. I want to copy my little hex thing. I'll also create a starting village for my character, so I'll add that in. We'll say, I don't know, maybe like here, the depths of that. That's like the dark forest right there. And we'll maybe also put my token there for now for the party. And we'll get rid of my previous token. Cool. Okay. Next step is to roll once on the table for your childhood for your kin. So there are different childhood tables to roll on. I will roll on this for the wolfkin. I don't know why I wrote wolfling there. These are tables I made. So let's roll this real fast and see what kind of childhood my character had. So I was a tracker. Learned early on your I learned early on that your sense of smell is way better than your comrades. You soon realize that you can find the most amazing things if you just followed your snout. So that is my childhood, my kind of backstory. This also dictates kind of my like starting stats as well. So because I'm a tracker, this is what dictates my starting attributes, which means I start with 3 strength, 4 agility, 5 wits, and 3 empathy. That seems pretty good. So 3, 4, 5, 3. Okay. Not 40. Whoops. I was gonna play a hunter character, but I guess my agility is good. Right now my wits is the highest, which is definitely good for survival and scouting. I mean, that's gonna be needed for being a tracker. I also start with 2 in stealth, 3 in my scouting skill, and 1 in survival. Okay, we're on our way. Got our... I guess I'll also paste this into my notes so I remember, the details about my character. Start maybe trying to paint a little picture of like what's making my character want to leave their hometown and what adventure are they going on currently. So there's that. Next step, we got the childhood picked out. Now I need to choose my profession, which I could roll for or choose. I'm gonna just pick that I want to be a hunter, and then I have to choose my profession talent, which is just kind of what specialization you want to be. So I could quickly show you that. Where's my player's handbook? Adventure. There we go. Well, character creation. And then where's the thing I'm looking at? Profession. There it is. I don't know why I kept going over it. Oh, it's way down here. But essentially for each profession, I don't even know if it'll show it. Of course it won't. Each profession essentially has 3 to 4 different like talents, like specializations. So you can see like for the druid, you have path of healing, path of shifting shapes, path of sight. For a fighter, you got the path of the blade, or path of the enemy, or path of the shield. I'm gonna be playing a hunter. So my options are Path of the Arrow, Path of the Beast, or Path of the Forest. And I think Path of the Forest is more the vibe I am going for. So I don't know if I can click and drag from here. That would be kind of nice. See, Path of the Forest. I can. Cool. So what Path of the Forest does, I start with rank 1. Each talent, except maybe the kin talent, I think have 3 ranks that you can upgrade, get better at, which is pretty cool. So Path of the Forest says, I'm a master at surviving in the wilderness. At rank 1, whenever I forage, hunt, or lead the way, I succeed automatically if I spend a willpower point. And I can roll first and spend the point if I fail, which is really nice. So that's my talent. And now I need to scroll back up to see what the next part is. So now, got that. Roll once for formative events for my profession. So each profession has formative events, which is just like kind of like what it sounds like, just events that happened in your profession that kind of shaped my character into who they are today. So when we go to this table, I do not have in Foundry, so I'll have to just copy and paste from like the PDF. And since I'm doing solo play, there's a couple of small modifications to make when you make your character for solo. One of them is you do get an extra formidable event when your character is young. So you just roll a d6. The first formidable event for me was that I won an archery competition. You realized early on that you had a natural talent for archery and set out to become even better. When you visited a village or castle, you won a competition. Neat. And then what's cool about this, not only does it give me some good flavor for my character, so I was, in childhood, I was a tracker. At some point, I won an archery competition, which is pretty cool. It boosts some skills, so specifically, it gives me some skills points in marksmanship, which is the main attribute used for, what's it called? For ranged attacks, or marksmanship. So who would have guessed? And I also get I get a talent with that, which I get sharpshooter, which this is a really good formidable event considering I wanted to play a hunter, which is cool as I could just search up here for sharpshooter. So I get the talent that says you master archery and your arrows almost always hit the target. Rank 1, your attack rolls are modified by +1 when you shoot a bow or a crossbow. Heck yeah, that is really what I wanted to see. Like I said, since I'm playing solo, I need to roll an extra event this first time. It's one of the few character modifications you make when you play solo. I can even show you real fast. Book of Beasts, solo rules, just so I can have this pulled up for myself as well. Give them one additional formidable event when they're young, and it is advised you swap for one of your general talents for lucky. And then I can exchange my starting equipment is the main differences. So what was my other role is 2. So my other formidable event is that I lived off the forest. You dwelt in the forest and lived off it. During the days you hunted and at night you slept under the open sky. It was a simple but good life. It had to end one day. So this boosts my marksmanship again by 1. Love to see that. I get a point in survival, which is really cool. I also get the talent Master of the Hunt, which I have 0 idea of what that does, but I can take a guess. That probably helps me with hunting. So I am a skilled hunter and find prey where others cannot. At rank 1, my survival rolls are modified by +1 when I hunt during journeys. Okay, pretty neat. Another helpful talent considering I wanted to be a hunter. Well, I guess, I knew these are hunter events, so obviously they're going to be related, but I guess specifically I want to be like an archer hunter, so this works good. I also didn't I was supposed to get items for my archery competition. So my archery competition event gets me, gets me a longbow, which is sweet. And then I also get D12 resource dice for arrows, which is the max amount of arrows. Love to see it. Then I lived off the forest, so I got my skills. I got my talent. I'm going to paste this in here so I don't forget. Lived off the forest, great. And then I also get a throwing spear and a dagger. Let me search that up real fast. Throwing spear. Let me move this to equipped as well. I know I'm gonna want that equipped. And then a dagger. Boom. This character creation is awesome. I love this character creation. I really like this. I mean, the simple rules work good, but I really like the whole formidable events and childhood. And it's like, you definitely have less control over your character, but I think it gives it way more like background and stuff to go off of, like roleplay wise, that I really like. Okay, so now what happens is my character is young. I have 2 formidable events created. If I want to make my character old, or make them an adult, I would do another event. And then I think, yeah, which I do. I want to start my character as an adult, so I'm going to roll one more time on the formidable events table and see what I get. Which is a 6, which is hunted for a lord. A nobleman noticed your skills and hired you as his forester. You lived a good life, half of the time in comfort in the lord's castle, the rest of the time hunting in the woods. So I get +1 in marksmanship. Man, my marksmanship is cracked. And I get +1 in insight. Great. And then what else? So I get a talent called Sixth Sense, which does something. That sounds cool. I don't know exactly what it does. The hairs on the back of your neck stand up when enemies lurk in the bushes. Your scout rolls are modified by +1 when enemies try to ambush you or perform a sneak attack. Okay, that sounds pretty cool. I don't know how useful that is, but it sounds pretty neat. And then finally, I get a well-sewn cloak, a sleeping fur, and a short bow from that event, which I will also paste this real fast in my bio before I forget, because I know I will. I want to use all of these to kind of figure out what my character's about. So I was a childhood tracker. At some point I won an archery competition. I've lived off the forest, and I've hunted for a lord. I mean, that's a nice little backstory we got going on already. Let me grab my items. Where's cloak? I guess it's just a cloak. I guess it's well sewn. It's just like not an actual thing. A sleeping fur. Okay, that is a thing. What does that do? Oh, gear bonus +2 against cold. That's kind of neat. I'm gonna be almost maxed out on my items here. And a short bow? Okay, well, I already have a long bow, but what's cool is I can like also sell some of my items, like switch gear around and whatnot. But okay, my character is now officially an adult after that last formidable event. But I have to lower an attribute of my choosing by 1 point. I could roll once more and then make my character old. I am not gonna do that. I think wits I probably need to keep high. Agility is that's my main stat. Empathy I think is probably, but wits is so high, like I don't need that to be that high. I guess survival and scouting are that. Okay, I'm gonna lower empathy. I'm not very empathic, I guess. Okay, so that's done. Now I can, if I want to, redistribute one attribute of my choice up to a maximum of 6 in my key attribute. Which my key attribute, I'll have to double check, I believe is agility. This is just in this section. Kin is wolfkin. Yeah, my key attribute is, it's dictated by your kin, which mine is agility. So if I want to go up to 6 in agility, I could. I think I'm good with my stats as they are. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna move 1 from wits into agility. I think that's probably better. I want to have high wits for, you know, survival and scouting, but agility is gonna be my main attacking stat, so I kind of need that to be good. So that's all done. I also should swap out one of my talents for lucky, as it mentioned. I think this master of the hunt, well, the Sixth Sense seems not that helpful. So we're gonna get rid of that, and it said to grab the lucky feat. or not feat, the lucky talent, which I will grab. What the lucky talent does says no matter how bad the odds are, you always get away unscathed. At rank 1, whenever you suffer a critical injury, you can re-roll once. The lowest roll counts. Which is nice. Because whenever you get critically injured, you roll on the critically injured table, and then that's one of the ways you could die. So it makes your maybe critical injuries less bad. Okay, that's done. Now I roll once on the how did I meet table, which I do have a table for that over here. So I'll roll on that real fast on how I met my companion I'm traveling with. I keep doing this. Okay, so I met my companion because I was captured by another adventurer. So at one time you were enemies. You were outwitted and captured by some other adventurers, but during your captivity, your animosity turned to friendship. You realized that you had even more dangerous enemies in common and joined forces. So the companion I'm traveling with, that's how we met. That's kind of that's a spicy little story. So I'll paste that into my little notes section. At the bottom here. That's why I love this character creation. Yeah, it's good. It takes a little bit to do this way, but I definitely prefer it. Because, like I said, it's definitely a lot more random, but it's pretty cool. Okay, I think we're pretty much done. I have to roll now for my pride and or dark secret. I might choose this because these can be kind of big things. So each profession has something called a pride and a dark secret. They have suggested ones. You can always come up with your own. So pride is just something your character kind of takes pride in, and then whenever this is something you can activate and roll for, and it can give you a benefit, which is pretty cool. I'm gonna go with my arrow always hits the mark. That seems like a good pride, especially if I won an archery competition. Like I think some of the other ones would work, but I like that one. Dark secret is either I feel uncomfortable among other people and prefer to be alone, which might check out. A wound from the claw of a demonic beast that never fully healed. I like that. Once you left a wounded friend to die in the woods to save yourself. We'll go with the wound from a claw of a demonic beast has never fully healed. That's a fun little dark secret. And that's kind of it. I guess I just have to quickly grab my starting gear, and I also need to roll a name for this character. This is just a custom table I have for Wolfkin names, but the name doesn't, the game doesn't come with any. I'm gonna reroll. I don't know how much I like that name. Not a bad name, but I just want to see what other options I have. Gunnulf. Okay, my character will be named Gunnulf. Once again, I am playing a Wolfkin. So, Gunnulf. Okay, I like that. And then finally, my gear, I get 2 choices from list of trade goods, D6 silver. Okay, let me see how much silver I get. I'll add all the rest of this in. Okay, we start with 6 silver. That's kind of the best roll we could have gotten. I'll gladly take that. I start with a bow or a sling, 2 items of your choice. Also start with some food and water. Arrows we're good on. List from the trade goods section. I don't even know what that would be. Gear, trade goods. Oh, can I start with a map? I want to start with a map, yeah. 2 items? Okay, we'll start with a map and something else cool. A quiver? What does that do? I don't know if that really does anything. Does not encumber the wearer? Does it boost my... how many arrows I can hold? Because that would be kind of cool. Doesn't look like it. Oh, I can start with a small tent. Tankard. Just looking at what some of these do. Rope. I mean, rope feels like a good thing to have. That always feels helpful in RPGs. So you know what? We're gonna grab some rope. Okay, there we go. I also start with a bow. So let's grab that. I already have 2 other bows, but let's grab another one and then sell stuff, I guess, or whatever. Which ones cost more? Because I'll sell the one that costs more. Because it just says bow or sling. Doesn't specify what kind, so we're gonna grab another longbow and then figure out I need to sell a lot of stuff. And then we're gonna start with a good amount of money, which is sweet. I need to get armor. The book even recommends getting armor. Where is it? Solo rules for character creation. That's one of the last things it mentions. It's like, yeah, you can exchange starting equipment, yada yada yada. It is highly recommended that you purchase some armor. So that I definitely will do. I have a cloak, but I don't think that actually is armor. I don't know. Hello there, Dallas. Are we hex crawling? We're getting there. I'm currently creating my character, which I'm pretty much done with. I gotta create my companion, and then yeah, we're gonna get to some hex crawling, which should be pretty fun. Hope you're doing good. Welcome on in. So I'm gonna start selling some stuff. I forget exactly how selling stuff works. I don't know how much money I get in return is the main thing I need to look at real fast. This is all for... supply... It's all for crafting items. What about selling items? Gear lists. Yeah, that's great. I love how it has the gear list too, so it has all the items, and then you can click the item and then it opens the item. Like that. Ah, so awesome. But what I don't understand is, let me see what if I can find real fast. Pull up the PDF. Because I don't know, like, I feel like most of the time when you sell stuff, like, you don't get the full price. You get, like, some percentage. I just don't know what that is. Just searching the PDF. Give me a second. I don't know. It doesn't say. That's really weird. Search the Game Master PDF. Hold on, let me see if it's in there. It doesn't say. That is really weird. Let me see if this specifies. I don't think it. The solo rules can exchange any starting equipment for its listed value. Oh, and then use your starting funds to purchase additional items. Okay. So I have a longbow equipped, which I think is one of the best bows. So I'm gonna. Two-handed, but that's fine. Does 1 damage, that's good. Long range, that's fine. It has slow reload. Oh, what does that mean? Okay. Well, I'm gonna sell, I guess the cloak doesn't seem to do anything. It's just gear, it's not really armor. Let me see if I equip it. Does that actually provide anything? No, it doesn't show up under armor. Okay. Cloak seems just to be for flavor. I'm getting rid of it then. 2 silver, I'll take it. Okay, delete that out. 2 silver. Dagger, I guess I better hold on to some melee weapon. I'll get rid of my other longbow for 12 silver. Bumps me up to 20. That's a lot. I'm rich. Map, definitely keep. Short bow, getting rid of for 6 silver. I gotta get armor, so I'm not gonna be able to just keep all of this money. Sleeping for throwing spear, I'm definitely gonna get rid of. 2 silver. How am I still over encumbered? I don't even have like anything on me. I guess sleeping fur, is that what's over encumbering me? What is that? 3 silver if I get rid of that? Okay. Boom. Let me see what armor I can get real fast. So where was that? The gear lists? Here we go. Armor. So I probably want like, is it studded leather? Okay, I can't afford much. Studded leather's not bad though. And I probably need a helmet too. So if I get this, it's 6 silver. I guess I could get chainmail if I really wanted to. It is uncommon. They're both uncommon. Chainmail is definitely a lot better. It's also heavy, So I don't know if that makes a huge difference. Maybe I'll get the studded leather and the studded leather cap. It's only 9 silver. We'll grab them both. So studded leather armor, add, equip. Studded leather cap, add, equip. How do I have? How do I have? I can't carry anything. This is crazy. Is it because my strength is still low? Because strength is what kind of dictates what you can carry. What's crazy is like I don't even really have much on me. So I don't know how I'm already over encumbered. What does this do? Oh, you can like just drop items? Is it the rope? Is that too much? 2 silver? Let me get rid of that. Okay. I don't know why. I don't have a lot of inventory space right now, so I can't even carry anything. No cloak means you probably can't stab someone, disappear into the crowd. True. That's fine. I'm just going to be sniping them with my longbow, so I don't really care. Okay, so we got some armor, which is really good. We got our character created and done. Starting with lots and lots of money. Love to see it. Got our talents, got our gear, got our bio. The last thing I want to quickly create for my character is a bit of a legend. For what my character's kind of doing, what they're going after. What's their deal? What are they gunning for right now? And my character's legend is... Could go with that one. I kind of want something with like a weapon. My guy's like a hunter. Be kind of cool. Okay, how about the Perseverant Shepherd in a suit of armor? So a long time ago, in the age of the Blood Mist, so somewhere between 5 and 280 years ago, there was a Perseverant Shepherd who sought to map because of love. So he traveled to a cave located a few days off in some ruins somewhere east. And as the legend goes, it is that he/she was murdered, and at that location there is a suit of armor, but also cruel orcs. I kind of like that one. That one's pretty good. So we'll add the Perseverant Shepherd legend to my little legends folder. So now we got it to there to reference. So I'm gonna add that to my thread list. That find suit of armor from legend. Great. And now we're good. So now I'm gonna quickly create my companion. This will hopefully go a lot quicker because there's gonna be a lot less decisions to make. But you know, I'll try my best to go quickly. It's a little bit different for creating a companion. So I guess I should quickly talk about the solo rules for this game. Like I said, this can't be played solo normally. It's not like I'm, you know, just trying to do something that the game wasn't intended to. They have solo rules in the Book of Beasts little expansion. And in it, they recommend that you play with one player character, which I just created, and then what's called one companion, which is essentially another character. You create them with a little bit differently, and they work a little bit differently. Essentially, they don't have willpower points. They can't push their rolls. They're rarely going to roll for themselves. Instead, most of the time, they're just going to give like a bonus to help, like a help action bonus. And that's kind of the main two differences, but they're created just a little bit differently. So it says try to choose a profession to complement your main PC. So since I'm playing a hunter, it recommends I play with either a fighter, a minstrel, a peddler, or a rider. Which I don't even know if I went over the cool different professions earlier, but there's a lot of cool ones. Like peddler and minstrel. I guess minstrel's kind of a bard, but like peddler I think is cool. I mean, there's rogue, so that's different than like a rogue. I think a fighter makes the most sense. So we're gonna go with that. This doesn't have everything. Like, let me open up a different PDF real fast. Oops, I probably just gave you a black screen. Okay, fixed. I'm gonna have to do it again because I'm an idiot. Okay, well, one more time. Sorry, I'm so sorry. We're done. Okay, I feel like it's missing some stuff here. Here we go. So what I need to do differently is I just choose their profession. I don't give them any talents, but they get an extra formidable step. And then I skip the last two parts. It's the last two steps. Okay, I'm gonna use the extended rules, but like I said, for character creation, I'm gonna try to go through this fairly quickly because I want to get to playing. But also I do like character creation. I mean, I think it's part of the fun. I think it's fun to create them anyway, so I'm not too worried. But yeah, so I create my companion. I think my companion just makes sense that they're also a wolfkin. Let me roll up a wolfkin name real fast. Which we get Ulrich. I like it, Ulrich. I guess I didn't roll up an age for my character or my companion. So let's see. I guess my character is. I guess this is. I'm trying to remember where this is. There's a table for this, of course there is, but where is anything? There it is. Okay. Character creation. Age. Here we go. So a wolfkin is adult is between 21 and 40. So I'll just take 20 and roll a d20, and that'll be my age, and then I'll do the same for my companion. Okay, so my character is 21 years old. I think reputation starts at 1 because I'm an adult. My companion's age, I'm also going to make them, like I said, an adult. So they are 36. Ulrich, good old Ulrich is 36. And they will also start with 1. Their profession will be fighter. And let's get the rest of their stuff going. Okay. What else do I need to do? So I guess I need to go through the whole process again. Where's this? Here we go. Their profession, I guess I don't know what talent I want them to have. Let's quickly roll up a childhood thing for them. I guess, yeah, we'll just do this real fast. Like I said, I'll try to do this quickly, but I also kind of talked about this at the beginning of the stream. Like, I was debating whether to create characters beforehand or after, but sometimes it could be take a while, and I like putting time into it, but it's less time I get to play, so I don't know. Maybe next time I'll create characters off stream just so we can kind of get right into it. But I know some people like seeing this, and like I said, I enjoy this, so I don't mind doing this for a little bit. I need to roll up the formidable or no childhood for Wolfkin. So this Ulrich is a bit of an outcast. Okay. So let me add that in. Where is outcast? Okay. Which kind of, it seems like it works good for a fighter, because that's going to boost like their strength and stuff. So cool, great. So outcast gets 4, 3, 5, 3 for their stats. 4, 3, 5, 3. That gets melee of 1. Scouting of 1. Insight of 2 and survival of 2. Perfect. Insight 2, survival 2. Okay. Now I need to go to formidable events. Oh, I guess I need to figure out which path I want them to be. Probably Path of the Shield. I think I want to make them more of like a defensive character, especially because I'll be doing a lot of offense, hopefully not getting hit as much, that they could be more of a defensive character. I also need to, I guess, give them their hunting instinct talent. Path of the Shield is what I'll be going with for them. So let me grab their talent, profession talent, Path of the Shield. I don't know why these aren't in alphabetical order. Kind of drives me crazy. What Path of the Shield does, rank 1, when a friend within nearby is attacked, I can spend willpower point to parry the attack for him. Parry follows the normal rules, it counts as one of your actions, and any unparried damage continues to the intended target, not you. Pretty dang neat. So let's go ahead and roll for a fighter formidable event for Ulrich here. We would be rolling, I guess, 2 of them. Because I think I only rolled the extra one for my character. I double check. I have to do this again. Don't give him any talents. Oh, I do give him an extra. Okay, well, I'm glad I double checked that. I'm gonna make this go black one more time. I'm sorry. Whenever I switch between my PDFs, it's gonna flicker like that. Sorry about that. Okay, so a D6 for the formidable event number 1 for this companion of ours is a 1. So that means they were captured. You were shamefully captured by enemies. You were thrown into a dungeon to be forgotten and die. With the opportunity arose to escape, you took it. So that's a little bit about Ulrich. Bit of an outcast. He was captured at some point, which means he gets a boost to his might and survival. Makes sense. And then also gets the talent pain resistance, which is pretty cool. If you take a single point of damage from a close combat attack, you just don't lose your attack in the same step, which I guess is something that happens with the advanced combat, but it's not something I don't play with the advanced combat because I'm still not new to this game, but still relearning it. So they get studded leather armor and a short sword. I'll add that in real fast. Studded leather, boom. Add that into gear, equip it. Short sword. Nice. That's a good start for old Ulrich here. So now they get a second formidable event for their youth. So they get a 2, meaning they took place in a bloody battle. Took part in a terrible battle and were badly injured. When dawn broke, your friends had been defeated to the last man, and the enemy had left you to the ravens. So we'll add that into their stuff. They're going to get some nice bonuses from that, though, from that terrible event. Mainly bonuses to their melee, which is great. And they get the sword fighter talent, which is kind of cool. I added that there, and then also a longsword, which is right there. Cool. So we got a longsword and a short sword. I have to get rid of one of those. One more formidable event for my companion, and then we'll be pretty close to being done with character creation and get to actually playing. Dang it. A 1. We already rolled, so I'm just going to re-roll. Don't give me a 1 again. Give me something else. A 5. So they were a scout, so you signed on with a band of soldiers who were placed in the vanguard as a scout. Your task was to spot enemies before they spotted you, and you were good at it. Maybe something happened to your companions. Maybe you just weren't paying attention just that once. And that is the last formidable event for Ulrich here. So pretty nice little backstory. Gets boost to scouting and marksmanship. Which marksmanship probably not going to come into play. They're a fighter. They'll be swinging with their sword. I'm going to turn up this music a little bit more. It's kind of quiet. Kind of spooky. And then what else? They get the defender talent, which probably does some cool stuff. What's that do? You get 1 free parry every round. The extra parry does not count as one of your actions. Ooh, that's cool. That's going to be good. Receives a light crossbow and D12 resource dice for arrows. Okay, well, that's not probably super necessary, but whatever. And a light crossbow. We'll take it. You know, I like having an extra, option, even though they're gonna be mainly a melee focused character, but whatever. What else is there? We already did the how do we meet. I think that's pretty much it then, because I skip 11 and 12. I guess I can redistribute 1 attribute point. I think is the last thing I can do. Let me double check. I have to lower an attribute point because I guess we'll lower their wits. And then also maybe I'll lower their empathy to make or maybe I'll lower their agility and up their strength, because I can move 1 point around. I skipped the last two stuff so they don't get their starting equipment. And we're ready. Ulrich has been created. My character has been created. We are pretty much ready to go. We got a legend created. We have a starting spot already picked out. The last thing I want to quickly do is roll up a small village for my characters to come from, and I'm going to use my little macro here to help out with that. So I'm just going to generate a random wolfkin village. Oh, that's a huge village. I don't know if I'm gonna take that one. I don't know if I want a village that big. It would be nice to not just have like a small one, but let's re-roll that. It would be nice to have something that has an inn and like something else. Deep Cliff, nah. Wind End, I like that. Wind End. So we're gonna grab Wind End, add that to our villages along with any NPCs. So where's the villages? Down here. Cool. Did that not? Wind End. Move. Thank you. Generating NPCs. Oh, we got a bunch of these guys. Okay. Need to add, let's see here. Leaf is one of our NPCs from our village. Got Magnus. I like it. Hala. I'm gonna get rid of all these other ones after I get these transferred over. Fenfear. Feroda. And Harathia. Yeah, these 6. We can get rid of all these other ones. Just delete all. Cool. Generate villages. Delete all these. We don't need them right now. So cool. We got Wind End is the village I'm from. It's a hamlet with 94 inhabitants. Primary inhabitants is, of course, Wolfkin. Built during the Blood Mist. The ruler is a bickering druid. Problem of the village is some bandits. It's known for its craftsmanship and has some odd building materials. It's got a militia, a smith, and an inn called the Boisterous Lantern, which has a mediocre bard. Its specialty is cooked crow, and a special guest that appears is a silent raven sister. So that will be the starting village. So I'm gonna add Wind End into. I'll move this out back up here for now, and I'll make a little token for it over here. We'll get rid of Ulrich. I'm not gonna need their character sheet right now. Go over here, snag one of these. Go with this one, and we'll put it like right here. Cool. And then that's what this text is for, so I can actually just move this over here. What was it? Wind End? Yeah. Wind End. So now we got a starting village, we got our companion, we got a bit of a backstory. We're pretty much ready to go after an hour and a half. Okay, it took a little bit longer than I wanted, admittedly. Like these things normally happen, but you know what? We're ready to pretty much rock and roll. A couple other things I have to quickly decide. This game does you keep track of time. You know, everything is done in kind of quarter-day increments. But what season it is also matters. You know, if it's winter out, it's going to be a lot harder to forage and fish, and you'll have different kind of stuff based on whatever season it is. So how I'm going to play, I don't think there's any set like calendar system. How I'm gonna play is each season will be 90 days. That way we have like a year's 360. That's pretty close to 365. I'm not gonna worry about like days of the week. I think they have their own calendar that they use in this game. I'm not really gonna worry about that, but I'm just gonna track like it's spring 35 or it's autumn 82 or whatever, stuff like that is how I'm gonna essentially track days. So what I'm going to do is start in spring. I'm going to start at least on day 20 and then roll like 2d20. And then that'll be the spring day we start on. So spring 35 is where we're starting this adventure. How do I do this? I have my adventure journal here. I guess we probably don't need to create a new thing. I don't know. I was gonna create a new thing every day, but I guess we don't really need to do that because most days are just gonna have a few things in it, so like it's not the end of the world. I'm just gonna hide this behind my character sheet, put journal like over here. Because we don't really need to see that. We just need to see this. Perfect. Okay. So spring 35 is the day we're starting on. One thing is there's also weather oracle to roll, so you can roll to see the temperature, the rainfall, and the wind, which I will do at the beginning of each day. So temperature is pleasant, great. And what's cool about each of these effects is not only does it just, you know, add a bit of flavor to the world and make it feel a bit more realistic when you have different temperatures and winds and rain, but also they could have in-game effects. So if it's raining really hard out, it's a lot harder to travel because you can't see as easily. Or if it's super cold out, you'll have to make extra checks when you travel because it's cold and you might become cold, which I quite like. So rainfall, there's none, and wind is breeze. And then we'll just like do like, I don't know, Q1, just do like a 1, I don't know, to keep track of what's going on. So we start in the morning at wind end. And I guess real quick before we get kind of going on this, I need to try to figure out, you know, what my character is about. So my character is a hunter. They, you know, won an archery contest. They lived off a forest, hunted for a lord, captured by another adventurer at some point, and that's how I met Ulrich, who I'm traveling with here. My main weapon is a longbow. Got all these cool talents, all that good stuff. So what is my character trying to do? What's their thing? Obviously, I have the legend I started with the suit of armor from this like shepherd that I'm gonna be trying to look for some reason. I think that's gonna be like the incident or like what's making me leave the village right now, but I feel like there's also gonna be some like bigger stuff going on that my character's trying to accomplish. I think one thing is my character is just like, they're wolfkin, so they're not big on like living in big cities and villages. So I think my character is just kind of outgrowing Wind End and wants to just make a place for their own. Maybe find some like abandoned castle in a forest and fix it up. Kind of just make a place for their own. They're kind of getting sick of the city life, the village life. So that'll be maybe a big kind of overarching thing for now, would be like to make like find, create a base / home. So finding and creating like a base or home. What else? I'm trying to think what could be some other like fun story threads I can add. It seems like my character is pretty good at archery. I won an archery competition. Maybe like maybe like a fun goal is like for them just to become like the best archer around. So like maybe they go around like to different villages competing in archery competitions. Like that could be kind of fun as well. To just like try to prove that they're the best. I kind of like that. So maybe we can add that as another thread. I like having a couple of, big threads of stuff going on. I mean, I think the suit of armor will be kind of what my character is going to be actively doing first, but then these other things kind of just be in the background of other stuff I could pursue. So yeah, we'll say become the best archer in Forbidden Lands. Great. Let me think of a couple more stuff. So the whole thing with my companion, Ulrich here, is that at some point we were enemies. I was outwitted and captured by other adventurers, but then animosity turned to friendship. We realized we have even more dangerous enemies in common and joined forces. So, well, maybe it's something that like me and Ulrich are doing. Find the suit of armor, something we're doing right now. I'm doing right now. Ulrich's tagging along. Find a base that's more me related, same with the archer, but maybe stuff like that we're trying to accomplish. So it's, in my backstory, it says we realize that we have even more dangerous enemies in common and joined forces. So what could be the dangerous enemy that we're maybe hunting after or hunting down? That's a good question. That should be something. I should probably add one more thread for something me and Ulrich are doing right now. Some of your enemies, you were outwitted and captured by other adventurers. So, yeah, maybe it's like we want to get revenge on the group that captured us. Maybe it's just, that's not, yeah, I feel like that's a good thing. Get revenge on group that captured us. I like that. Okay, we got a couple story threads. Good enough, I think. We can always add more later. So we're going to find the suit of armor from Legend at some point, get a base/home going, try to become the best archer in Forbidden Lands, and get revenge on the group that captured us. Maybe we'll do... Instead of get revenge, maybe we'll kind of split it up to be like find group that captured us / get info on them. Like maybe we don't even know much about them, so we want to get revenge, and maybe that's like an overarching goal, but we need to like find them first and get more info on them. So that could be some threads. Let's see here. So let me open up Wind End. So I don't think there's many clans. I don't think clans are a thing for the Wolfkin. I'm just trying to think of some characters I can add to my character list. So I hunted for a lord. At some point I hunted for a lord. So maybe I could get some like name of the lord I hunted for. Maybe they could be kind of a recurring character. Let's go for just some human name. So Lord Frey. That could be a character. I won an archery competition. Was captured by other adventurers. I guess I probably don't have a name for that group. So now music's getting loud again. It's crazy. So okay, that's just... What other characters guy? I guess I could also add like the NPCs don't necessarily have to be NPCs, so I can add Wind End into there. What are some of these like characters or NPCs in town? So I'm more of a hunter. I guess it would be cool if there was like a forester or something, but I guess not. Let's see, who is Fenrir? Maybe I can like maybe I'm like friends with them. They're just like the host, or Hala. Okay, maybe I'll make like Hala, a character that I'm like I know and I'm like acquaintances with. Who else? I mean, I can add Ulrich, but we're traveling together, so I don't think that makes a whole lot of sense. And then maybe I'll just put like the rival adventuring party is what we'll call them for now. Did I spell that wrong? Adventuring party. There we go. Okay, so we got some NPCs, we got some threads, we figured out when we're starting. I think we're pretty much ready to go. I'll double check I didn't forget anything for character creation, especially for my companion. But I think I got everything. Just going to triple check. We did all that. Oh, and then I can give, I did forget something. Now I'm glad I checked. I can give my companion a starting talent. Well, I didn't want to roll for it. I wanted to choose. Sailor, no. There's a, I'm gonna have to switch between stuff. Okay, I want to choose, dang it. Let's see, so what are they good with? What could be a good... Maybe they could be a chef. What does being a chef entail? They have the skills to be a chef. I don't know if they can handle that. There's so many cool talents, especially just general ones. Oh, it doesn't really require much. So maybe they could be a chef. That could be a fun one. It's like a general talent. Oh, and they're not supposed to get any of these talents. Whoops. I don't even think they get the kin talent. All they have is chef, because the companion is supposed to be just like a simplified character, so I guess it makes sense. They just have the chef talent. All right, cool. Now we're ready. Now we're ready to rock and roll. So I think I might take a real quick, just like 2-3 minute break, and then when I get back, we'll hop in to actually start playing. Hopefully we can make some progress. I'd like to at least try to get through like a week of playtime, maybe get one of my threads done. It would be cool if I could start on the stronghold stuff. Like, I think that's one area of this game that seems really cool that I just haven't got to mess with yet. So maybe like that'll be one of my main priorities, is scouting the area around here and trying to hopefully find a stronghold, ideally like in a forest near a river. Like that would be ideal for my character, so I can like hunt, I can fish, and yeah, so maybe we'll just kind of explore our arena forest around Wind's End and see what we can find. I do have this map, so my character does have a map, so I can, you know, I see what the map we see, but like I kind of mentioned, this map is out of date. It's an old map. It's not super accurate. So there's stuff on the map that won't be there and stuff that's not on the map that will be there. So that's something we'll have to keep in mind. So yeah, I'm going to take a real quick break. I'll be back in like 2 or 3 minutes, and then we'll get playing into some Forbidden Lands. All right. Switch back here. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Solo Gaming Sunday Forbidden Lands Edition, where characters created, towns created, we got threads, we got characters, we got mythic setup, we got our journal set up. I'm gonna triple check, but I think we got everything ready to kind of go. I guess I missed part of the companion, so I want to make sure I didn't forget anything else, but I believe we should be good. Yeah, location, we've already figured that out. Date, got it. I guess I could go over real quick before. I guess I could have gone over this in like the rules section, but solo play is primarily the same. One of the main differences is normally when you play Forbidden Lands, you get experience at the end of each game session. You have this little checklist that you go over to see, did you do certain things, and if you did, you get XP for it. But with solo, you do that at the beginning of every day. So here's the little list of questions. So it's like, Did you travel through at least one hex? Did you discover a new adventure site? Did you defeat one or more monsters? Did you find a treasure? Stuff like that. So you get XP for not only just killing monsters, but doing stuff like traveling through hexes, finding new adventure sites, building functions in your stronghold. You get XP for that. Activating your pride, suffering from your dark secret, risking your life for a PC. Which I think is cool. I mean, I really like, getting XP from not just killing monsters. You get 1 XP a day if you kill a monster, which hopefully I can do that, but I mean, hopefully I'm not encountering monsters that often. As long as I'm, traveling around, doing other stuff, you can get XP that way. Finding treasure is pretty cool. Like I said, I'll kind of rant and rave a little bit about this at the end, but there is a lot I like about this game. Like a lot. That just kind of tick all the boxes of things that I like in RPGs. So we're starting in Wind End. I'll pull this up again real fast. So Hamlet of 94. Rulers bickering druid. Problem of the village is bandits. I want to maybe look into that a little bit. By look into that, I mean kind of get some more detail right now about it. Village is known for craftsmanship, so there is a smith in the village, so maybe it's like a very renowned smith, which is kind of cool. Odd building materials. It's in the forest, so maybe it's like a lot of it's like more natural, like wooden. The problem with the village being bandits. I'm gonna roll like actions and try to get some more like what bandits are the issues. Maybe we can even add them in as like a character in our list. Maybe we can come up with a name for these bandits, like a certain group of bandits we're dealing with. Ooh, stop and protection. Those are spicy little pair of words there that can really, help flesh out what the problem with the bandits is. And the bandits is stop protection. Oh, that's kind of interesting. There's a couple ways we could go with this. So the village is dealing with a problem with bandits, and it's because of stopping protection. So maybe bandits is just like a word they're using, but essentially maybe our village, we do have a militia, so maybe at some point we are providing protection for some group, and then maybe there was some conflict and now we're not providing protection anymore. We've stopped providing protection, and because of that, this group is not super happy. But what have they been doing? That's what the other thing I want to figure out. So now we kind of have a reason of why the bandits are mad at our village. We could maybe go with actions again. I kind of want to know, like, what are they attacking us? Are they sabotaging us? Are they spreading gossip? Trap and pain. Okay, so it doesn't sound like just spreading gossip. It sounds like a little bit more than that. Huh. Trap and pain. So maybe they know, since like we're like a village of wolfkin. Like wolfkin are very nature focused. There's a lot of hunters and gatherers in our village. So maybe they are setting up traps around our village as like a way to spite us because we stopped providing protection for them. So that could be kind of fun. So I can add that as a thread to maybe help resolve bandit dispute. Right. Look at that. We got some nice. I feel like we got a good little selection of threads that we can really go for any of these. And then we need a name for this bandit group. Let me get like a descriptor, like call them like the something bandits. Something like the Rotten Raiders, but not. Okay, swiftly. I don't know if I like that. Swiftly damaged. See if I could get something else. Personality, maybe. I just want like the something bandits. The fair bandits. Give me something else. The foolish bandits. Okay, we'll call them that. The foolish bandits, like the streamer. Just kidding. There's a streamer called Foolish. Okay, so added them to the NPC list. Cool. I like starting, with some stuff in my NPC list, with some stuff in my threads list to really help, get get some stories going on, get some factions interacting, some characters, and all that good stuff. Gotta, you know, paint our world and really fill it in here. Cool. So that's what's going on in the village. So I guess we have to also be careful as we start venturing outside of Wind End that we might run into some of these traps and some of these bandits and have to try to deal with that. So let me see if I can center this a little bit better. There we go. Cool. I feel like we got a good start. So it is spring 35 is the day. Like I said, temperature is pleasant, rain, none, slight wind. And so it's 6 a.m. Okay, so I'll quickly mention this. So, okay, the game uses quarter days. So each day is split into like 6-hour increments. Great. The issue is, and what's cool, once again, another thing I love about this game is that I mentioned like seasons matter for like foraging and stuff. Seasons also matter because the amount of daylight you get changes based on the season. So, like right here, during spring, morning and daytime have light, while evening and nighttime are darkness. While during summer, you have light, morning, daytime, evening, and then at nighttime you have darkness. While winter, it's dark almost all the time except during daytime. Aspects like this is just stuff I love about this RPG. It's like, it's not, you know, it's not like it's a crazy amount of detail, but it just adds to the world, and I just like it so much. And like you can see here is different stuff for like the terrain, and there's different bonuses for the seasons for foraging, and it's just great. I like it. But with that being said, so even though, because as you just saw, the day is split up into chunks like that, but the issue is, you know, you got morning, daytime, evening, nighttime. Obviously nighttime comes at the end of the day, but if it's cut into 6-hour increments, that last chunk is 6 p.m. to midnight. So if your character is sleeping during that time, 6 p.m. to midnight, so what, you're waking up at midnight and then doing stuff like that's when you're starting your day? That seems weird. I mean, what makes the most sense to me is that your character's sleeping from midnight to 6 a.m., waking up at 6 a.m., and then that's 6 a.m. to noon is like morning, then daytime, then evening, and then night. But then like the days kind of shift around and it's all weird, but that's how I'm gonna play it, is 6 a.m. is kind of the start of the day, and that's morning, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. That just makes sense to me. Maybe that's dumb. And maybe like, I guess that probably changes, I guess, with all of the different seasons, but you know what? That's how I'm gonna play it. And it's not really gonna matter that much, but I just wanted to kind of throw that out there. That's something like I've thought about, and I was like, that's just how I'm gonna play it. So morning starts at 6, which is kind of like the beginning of a day. So there you go. Okay, so it's light out, nice day, breezy. So I think what I want to currently do is just explore a little bit. Our characters have probably not really gone far. We've probably explored some of the area around Wind End, but not too much. So I honestly just want to just explore around, see what's in some of these hexes. And like I said, I want to maybe explore this whole forest and try to see if I could specifically find any like dungeons or castles that I could try to turn into a stronghold. And I'm going to be searching specifically next to the river, because it would be great if I could also have the river tile to like do stuff with the river and go like fishing and stuff. So that's the plan. Traveling through a forest. Let me pull up the journeys. When you travel, you'll be hiking. Depending on if it's open terrain or difficult, you could travel a certain amount of hexes. If you have horseback, you could travel further. So open terrain, you could travel 2 hexes per quarter. Which we're in a dark, I'm pretty sure we're in I would consider this a dark forest, which is like the, you know, the inner parts, the darker parts of the forest, which is difficult terrain, which is unfortunate. But if we just move 1 hex, I guess we're moving into forests, so I don't know how it works. If you're moving out of a difficult terrain but into a not difficult, how that works, but we'll just say it's normal. So I can maybe move 2 hexes per quarter day. And yeah, also different terrain have different like modifiers for foraging and hunting. once again, stuff like that is stuff I like. So when you do a journey, when you're traveling, essentially how it works is everybody's gonna be hiking. One person needs to keep watch, one person needs to lead the way. So leading the way, essentially you do this, you do a lead the way roll every time you enter a new hex on the map. You do a survival check to try to find a viable path, while keeping watch is just to make sure that if there is a random encounter, you have a chance to actually spot it before it spots you. You do this only once per quarter day. So that's what we got going on there. So I'm just gonna write, this first part is just a journey through forest. And what's pretty neat is if I click on the party thing here, I could actually assign people to do different stuff. What I don't know is who would be better for what. I guess they both require, let's see, so leading the way, just click on this, that doesn't do anything. Let me pull back up the journey thing I just closed, I know. Leading the way, I think, was just a survival roll. Right? Yeah, it's just a survival roll. Keeping watch, is that also just a survival roll? Can I lead the way? Da 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 da. Or is that not something you even roll for? Sorry, I'm double checking if you look out. Oh, okay. So it looks like keep and watch you don't even have to roll for. So just whoever is has better survival skills is who should really be leading the way as we're journeying around. I have 2 survival and 4 wits, so 6 total. They have 4 survival and 4 wits, so they should definitely be leading the way. My goodness. So I drag them to lead the way. And not drag. Oh, I guess I just put them there and that's fine. And then I keep watch. Okay, so we journey outwards from Wind's End towards just doing a little bit of scouting around today and just seeing what's going on, trying to find a base for me and Ulrich to kind of set up at. So we're going to go to this hex here. I will copy my little hex tracker there. We are entering a new forest, so I will do a new forest hex roll. And we get, as we go through the forest, we see an oppressive silence reigns. It looks like this part of the area has some scorched earth, and we do not encounter anything. I guess also Ulrich needs to do their lead the way roll as we enter a new hex to see if we can get through fine. Which they did get 1 success, so it looks like we are all good there. I'm just gonna triple check what happens on a failed lead the way roll. Failure means you still enter the hex, but you suffer a mishap. Ooh. Okay. Well, good thing you didn't fail. So we get into this hex. Like I said, super silent, scorched earth, but no sign of a dungeon or anything. So we're just gonna keep on keeping on. This is now normal terrain, so we can travel 2 hexes per quarter day. So we're gonna just go into this hex. Copy my little marker over and do a new forest hex roll. So in this part of the forest, birds are chirping, bumblebees are buzzing. It's not super silent anymore. We're past the area that's like a bit more scorched, and we got a nice bubbling spring. So it's a really nice part of the forest. We'll have Ulrich do another hex roll to see if we find the way. And okay, good, we do. I thought we didn't. Oh, there was a success in there. Okay, we're good. But we do have an encounter that along the way, through the bubbling springs and the chirping birds as we're walking along the river outside of Wind's End, we have a bit of an encounter. Okay, so this is a general encounter. So there's 2 types of encounters in this game. So there's normal encounters, which are just normal random encounters that the game will give you kind of a pre-generated encounter with a bit of like text to read, and then also, you know, it's kind of like a pre-written encounter, essentially. there's also general encounters, which is kind of like what it sounds like. They're more general. It's a thing added for specifically for solo role playing, and it's left more general so you can kind of do whatever with it. And it's just, you know, more general, so you can kind of fit it to your needs a little bit better. So I want to see real fast, make sure that, I mean, it looks like we're just running into an escaped slave is the general encounter. I'm double checking that there's not more details I'm missing, but that seems like it's it. Okay, that's gonna be a pain, aren't you? Double checking I'm not missing anything. Where is the general encounter? Oh, there's a factions thing? Oh, that's kind of cool. Okay, yeah, it's literally just, we know we're running into an escaped slave. Okay. So this is general. So as we're walking along, we see what looks to be an escaped slave. Let's maybe get like a descriptor for them, and then maybe like an action for what they're doing. Happily harsh. Okay, let's get some actions and then try to see if we can paint a picture of what's going on here. Misuse the value. Okay, I need a different action. I feel like that's not gonna work here. Maybe it would, but why does value keep getting rolled? We got proceed and value. Give me something other than value. If I roll value one more time, I'm gonna have to stick with it, but if it gets bargain value, I'm gonna freak out. Bargain and weather. What are these action rolls? None of them. Happily harsh. I'm gonna reroll that one also. I'm not loving that. I could probably make most of these work, but I want to try something else. Interestingly disagreeable. Okay. I guess we also have specific character descriptors. I should probably be using those. So when we get like an appearance. Okay, this is better. I kind of forgot there's a specific character section. There's a general actions. Let me try this. Okay. So the general thing that we've encountered is an escaped slave. For character appearance, they're armed and small. Character actions is imprison and mature. I like the appearance descriptors. I'm gonna reroll one more time for general actions because imprison and mature, I don't know. I could probably get something better. Oh, I mean that's perfect. Celebrate peace. Okay. So we're walking through the forest. Like I said, with the other area we were in was very quiet and there was some scorched earth, but we get into this part where there's bubbling springs and bumblebees flying around, birds chirping, and Ulrich and I are looking around. I spot good old Gunolf spots what looks to be an escaped slave, and it seems like they are armed with some sort of weapon, like a sword probably or something, but they seem to be just like sitting on a log, kind of relaxing almost. And so I guess we I look at Ulrich and I kind of point them out, and I guess I don't know what Gunolf sounds like. I'm a wolfkin, so whatever a wolf sounds like. But I probably just say to him something like, you know, hey, there's someone over there. Like, what should we do about that? Should we like engage? Should we leave him alone? Ulrich's like, well, I don't know. What does Ulrich say? I guess he's my companion, so he probably kind of does whatever. Not whatever I say. It's not like he's, I don't know. He's like, it's your call. And I'm like, well, I guess we could maybe go up to talk with them. Just see what their deal is, see what they're doing here. Maybe they're part of the bandits. Maybe they can help us find the bandits. Who knows? These, what did I call them? The foolish bandits. That's right. So I guess I put my bow. I'm probably wielding my bow as I'm walking around. You know, always ready for a fight. But as I want to go and appear non-aggressive, I go up to the person. I guess we can also roll to see what kind of what kin they are. So I do a kin roll real fast and get. They're a human. So we see this human sitting there, and go up to them, and I try to go up. Like I said, put my bow away, not aggressively. Maybe from a distance, try to get their attention. Be like, hey, you all right? And see if I can like try to calmly come up to them. Just gonna fast forward. It's probably pretty close to noon at this point because it took quarter day to do that traveling bit. We go up to him, and I guess I'll ask some fate questions to Mythic. So are they hostile as me and Ulrich try to approach? I'm gonna go with unlikely, but maybe. Because they might see two of us, like we're trying to act pretty chill. Are they hostile? No, they are not. So they're like, maybe a bit hesitant for sure. And he's like, we see some human that's like, I don't want any trouble. Listen, I don't want any trouble. And I was like, well, neither do we. And I guess I just be like, what's your name, mister? And when we get a human name. Which I guess I said Mr., so we'll roll a male name. Halstein. Halstein? Halstein. They're like, name's Halstein. Had a bit of a rough day today, so I'm just trying to, I don't want any trouble. And I ask him, like, well, what happened? They're like, well, if you can't tell, and he maybe has, like, shackles maybe still, like, attached to his arm, and very worn clothing. He's an escape slave, so he probably doesn't look in the best condition and whatnot. He's like, I'm kind of says, like, I just escaped from, was it Wind's End that he escaped from? I think it's very unlikely. It is close by, but I think probably not. Yes, okay. He's like, oh, I just escaped from that village over there. And he kind of points towards Wind's End. I'm like, oh, you mean Wind's End? And he's like, yeah. It's like, well, that's awkward because we're from there. And then he like immediately kind of stands up like he's about to run. And I kind of probably look at Ulrich, and I'm like, oh, it's fine. We're not gonna do anything with you. I guess I ask him, like, what's your plan? Like, where are you going from here? Do they have a plan? Probably not. They were probably just trying to get out. They're like, I have no idea where I'm going. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't even know where I am. He's like, I just had to get out of that place. I'm like, okay, fair enough. Well, I guess if you were in that village, you might, know more about it. Have you ever heard of the Foolish Bandits? I'm gonna go unlikely. I don't know how much they would know about them, but they might. It's like, nope, never heard of them. I'm like, dang, okay. Have you seen any castles around here? Any dungeons? I think it's near impossible that he has, but I'll ask. They're like, no, I just escaped. And I'm like, okay, fair enough. I'm like, well, good luck to you. Here's some water. I offer him some water as he looks pretty thirsty. And I'm like, well, best of luck to you. We're gonna keep on scouting the area. I tell him to be safe. There's some bandits in the area. Maybe I'll add them to our character list. Maybe there's someone that can appear again at some point in the future. I'm just gonna put escaped slave like in parentheses just so I remember. Okay, so we got our first little encounter. Luckily it wasn't a combat encounter, so we're chilling. And it is now noon as we are going through this little forest area. Let's see, so we could go just trying to figure out like how we can explore. I guess we could go like 1, 2, and then kind of we'd have to like loop back unless we want to make camp somewhere, which I guess we could do for the night, or just like sleep under the sky or something. We have both good survival, so like it's not like we need to make camp. We could skip a night if we want to just like do a lot of scouting. So let's just keep on keeping on. I'll maybe run journey through forest. I'm just gonna keep very brief notes, but I just wanted to jot down like any events that happen. So I'm just gonna, for the next part of the day, continue through forest. Perfect. So let's continue through the forest. Go through. Whoops. Let's go ahead and copy that there and move just along the river. I'm really hoping to try to find an adventure site. So next forest, we're entering a new thing. So first off, we need to have, what's his face? Ulrich do a lead the way. See how that's going. It's doing a great job at leading the way. Love this. Cool. Let me roll up some info for our new hex as we enter it. Oh boy. Okay. So the nature location, we have a stream winds its way through the landscape, and the sunlight glitters off a small waterfall. Sounds like a very nice little part of the forest. There's a valley that we see, and we're having a... Ooh, this is like a random encounter. So this is what I meant by... This is like a more text-based encounter called the Forgotten Prince. So in the forest, let's see, we see a large pile of heavy rocks stacked up, one atop the other, in a monument that you recognize. Someone has obviously spent a lot of time, a lot of effort building the cairn, and someone or something is buried beneath it. So it says a Alderlander prince fell in battle hundreds of years ago. The prince, whose name has long been forgotten, was buried here beside his horse and 2 loyal knights, all of whom perished in the same battle. The grave contains a silver necklace, old broadsword, and a piece of rusty chainmail. If adventurers decide to look for treasure, the prince will wake from his slumber and attack them as a death knight. Okay, I wasn't... Can read more about them here. There's death knights? Probably not like the kind I'm thinking. That's kind of cool. Oh, wow, they look tough. Very powerful undead. I mean, I don't... So we come across what looks like a grave. I'll mark that down real fast before I forget. Cool. So I guess we probably, I mean, it's just a stack of rocks. We wouldn't really know much more about it. So I guess I asked Ulrich, I'm like, what do you think this is? Does he have any ideas? I'm unsure. Oh no. Not a random event. Introduce a new NPC, divide benefits. Oof. So he's like, well, stack of rocks like this, I've seen them before, and Ulrich just says, I think it's some sort of grave. Now, as we're sitting around like looking at this pile of rocks, talking and whatnot, first off, I'll fast forward time a little bit, as it's probably around 3 p.m. An NPC comes up to us, which I guess I'll roll up a random NPC. Bog, the young goblin. We see they have strange facial paint. Apparently they swear all the time. Comes walking up to us. Oh boy. And it's the random event was introduce a new NPC, divide benefits. What could that mean? I mean, the first thing I think is maybe this goblin knows about the grave, and says like, maybe he's trying to convince us to like dig it up to split the rewards, like whatever we find, like divide benefit. I guess let me ask Mythic, is whatever the goblin is going to ask, is it related to the grave? I think it's likely, not certain, doesn't have to be. Yes, it is related to the grave. Okay. Divide benefits. So is it like that the goblin wants to like dig up the grave and split the benefits then? It seems very likely. I just want to confirm it is. Okay. So we see this young goblin walk up and he's like, hey there, friends. I see you stumbled upon this little grave. Well, I'll let you on a secret, but there's supposedly treasure buried in there. And me and Ulrich kind of just look at each other and we're like, okay. He's like, well, I'm not good at digging and it's pretty deep from in there, so I'm trying to get others to dig it up. But, you know, since I let you know about it, how about if you dig it up, we'll split the whatever's in there, whatever treasure. Me and Ulrich kind of just sit there for a second. I don't think I would want to. Does Ulrich want to dig up the treasure? I'm gonna go unsure. Because I don't know. Probably not, but... Oh no, Ulrich really wants to dig up the treasure. Yeah, Ulrich's like, hey, it's right there. Why not just dig it up? We got claws. Like, whoa, Ulrich, let's slow down here. Something's fishy here. Like, if this goblin knows about this, why hasn't he dug it up? And I ask him, I'm like, goblin, what's your name? He's like, name's Bog. I'm like, okay, Bog, what's going on here? What's going on with this treasure? Like, why have you not dug it up? I don't believe your excuse that you just can't. I don't know. What does Bog? I don't even know what to ask Mythic. Does Bog have a different excuse? Does he come up with like a different excuse? I think likely. Okay, he's like, well, okay, you got me. I'm a miner by trade, so digging is something I'm actually really good at. But there's another reason I couldn't. He's like, well, to tell you the truth, the treasure has a curse on it, and whoever was killed by a goblin, and so goblins are not able to get to the treasure. That's why we need someone who's not a goblin. And I bet Ulrich's like really wants to do this now. I'm still not feeling this. But it's treasure and it's right there. I mean, who's gonna know, right? I just tell Ulrich, I'm like, I tell the goblin, I'm like, let me think about this with my companion here for a second. And I pull Ulrich aside. I'm like, listen, if what he's saying is true, we could always come back, get the treasure at another time, and then not have to split it with this guy, right? If he can't get it, we just come back some other day, take it all for ourselves, and we don't have to split anything. Does Ulrich agree with that plan? I think that's very likely, but maybe he still has qualms with it. Cool. He's like, you know what? Good idea. So me and Ulrich go back over to Bog, and we're like, listen, Bog, we're gonna have to pass on your offer. I've had one too many bad times digging up graves. I know where this ends, so best of luck to you trying to find someone else. And we just walk away before he can really say much. He's like, you're missing out on lots of riches, as we can hear him say as we like slowly walk away from him. I'm gonna write that in the journal, at least a quick note. Bog the goblin tries to get us to dig up the treasure because of anti-goblin spell. This is essentially what was going on. Okay, that was a fun little event. And who knows, maybe we'll come back to that treasure. Maybe I'll also, just because we don't have a lot of characters right now, I'll add Bog. Maybe they could be someone that appears again. That seems like a fun character. I'll add them to my NPCs. They're probably just in the generated NPCs, right? There we go. Cool. So now we got a good amount of NPCs going on. I like it. Okay. So that was the first half of the journey. Like I said, kind of lots of stuff going on already, but let's continue onwards and upwards. I kind of want to hit some combat soon. Maybe hopefully find a dungeon. That would be cool. But I don't know if that'll happen. Or like a castle. Ideally a castle. That's what I want, but I don't know if that'll happen. So let's have Ulrich do another lead the way roll as we enter a new forest hex. He failed, but he's gonna... Oh wait, I can't push. You can't push. I guess they can't. So even though they pushed, I gotta like undo that push because technically companions don't have willpower points and can't push. See, I was kind of debating before I started. I was like, I really was tempted just to play 2-player characters. I don't know, as much as I like this game, I don't know how much I like the idea of companions. I see in concept like why they exist. I don't know. I feel like I would just rather make 2 whole characters that play the same. There's no alternate rules and just they have the full inventory and talents. Like I get it, it's easier. It's just this, but then instances like that happen. So like so we just fail that roll. I guess we just failed the lead the way roll. Which I guess a mishap happens. Our first mishap of the game. Which should be just in the core game mishaps. Lead the way mishaps. Roll the table. Fog. Okay, you are caught unaware. You are caught unawares by a thick fog. The distance you cover this quarter day is decreased by 1 hex. In difficult terrain, you're stuck in the hex you started. In addition, each adventurer suffers 1 point of damage to empathy from the gloomy mist. So 1 point to empathy. It's not great considering I only have 2, which might have been a mistake to have 2 in a stat, but you know what? We're here now. Ulrich also gets a hit to empathy. And I guess we can't really travel much further. I mean, this was already our second hex, so it's fine. I wasn't planning on doing much more traveling probably today. So we traveled there. Okay, that was 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah. I mean, we could always just set up camp and then do some like foraging or hunting or something. I guess it's misty out or foggy, so that's gonna make things it's fine. We do a journeying roll as we enter another new hex though, and see if there's any more new events. Oh, we have a new village. Interesting. So we as the nature of the location is we see tall straight tree trunks and waist-high ferns on the ground, and we see an abandoned camp off to the side, but we also see a big old village, a hamlet called Bloodguard, whose primary inhabitants are goblins. Man, I wonder where Bog is from. It's probably this place. Ruler is a secret artisan. Problem of the village is undead. Ooh, that's kind of interesting. We can maybe tie that in with the grave. Village is famous for a horrible massacre. Village oddity is preparing a wedding. They have a trading post, a mill, and an inn. Oh, we're definitely using all this. We add all these generated villages, Bloodguard, add to our village folder. And then I guess all these 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, all of these are just the new NPCs. Nice. Got lots of NPCs going on now. I love it. I just added that to the wrong folder. There we go. Okay. So this place has a trading post, a mill, and an inn called the Round Swine. There's barrels instead of chairs, planks instead of tables, swamps too as a noisy bandit as a special guest. Okay. Bloodguard. That's an interesting name of village. So let me add, I guess, a little sticker for Bloodguard. We'll go with, I don't know, this top one. I don't know how I feel about this background music. It's alright, but it's kind of weird at times. It's more like ambiance sounds, almost. It's like there's like voice. I don't know how well you guys can hear it, but there's like voices and whatnot, like kind of talking and like metal clanking. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird. All right, Bloodguard. There we go. So this is where we roll up at 6 p.m. as some fog starts rolling over. This place in a forest. Oh, that's like not centered. That's gonna drive me crazy. Can I get that a little bit more centered? Good enough. Okay, so what exactly was the deal with Bloodguard again? We got an inn, which is cool. We got a mill, a trading post. We could buy some stuff. And its primary inhabitants are this goblin, and they deal with the problem is the undead. Okay. Well, one of the things, I mean, we could do stuff around town. It is, I guess, let me double check, because I kind of want to do some hunting, but if I can't because of the daytime, then I don't know if I will. Where's anything? Where's the, okay, player's handbook, journeys. Let me look at the time of day. So I guess it is dark out. Which I don't know if that matters for hunting. I think it probably should, but I don't know if it actually does. Got a ranged weapon. Okay. I'm gonna spend my quarter day going to hunt. And I'm gonna have Ulrich go forage. We'll then rest up at the town probably that night. So I'm gonna go hunt. They're gonna go forage. We'll do Ulrich first, I guess. So they're probably just gonna forage for some water. And it is spring, and we're in a forest. So forest, we get a +1 forage bonus. But because it's spring, I think we get a -1. Yeah. So those bonuses just cancel out. And probably just foraging for some water, because we're kind of low on that. They did not find any. Way to go, Ulrich. You can't even find water, man. Okay. Then I will attempt to hunt. So first I need to do a hunting roll. Master of Hunt, I don't know if that actually comes into play, because it seems like I only do that. It says when you hunt during journeys. This isn't technically a journey. It's not a hike. Can you hunt while, like, moving? I guess that's why I'm confused if this talent is even that good. Yeah, you cannot hike at the same time you hunt. So what does hunt during journeys mean? What does that even mean? So I think that's what I'm doing now. I don't know when else you would hunt. That's the only time you do hunt. I mean, it's coming up here to apply it, so I'm going to apply it, and we do our first roll. I'm just going to go for it. Let's do some hunting. That's not terrible. We got at least one success. So for hunting, we first have to do this first roll to see if we find prey. So we roll on the table above to see what kind of animal it is. Which table above? There's no table above. You're lying. I think there is a rollable table for this, though. Somewhere. Book of Beasts? Solo tables? Miscellaneous? Is there not just like a prey table? Find prey. Is this it? Yeah. Cool. If you roll multiple, you can re-roll X. Okay, so what do I find as I'm hunting prey in the forest outside of this village? I find a crow. Difficulty 0, meat provides 1, and it doesn't provide any pelts. Okay. So, to kill a prey, you must roll again, this time for marksmanship. You modify the roll with the difficulty of the animal. You don't need to fight the animal, rolling once is enough. So we just have to try to roll to kill the prey. Which I don't think Master of the Hunt would come into play here. I mean, I think that's only for the first roll. Because this is the marksmanship roll, right? No, this is saying kill prey, but shouldn't that be a... Shouldn't that be marksmanship? I'm just gonna go roll marksmanship instead, because I don't know, it should be. Boom. Sharpshooter. That that doesn't get to be used, does it? I think that's only during combat. Your attack rolls. I don't think this is technically an attack roll, so I'm not gonna add it. Let's just see if I can shoot this crow. Come on, do a little hunting. We're good. We got 1 success, which means I get a single quantity of meat and no pelts, but the meat's fine. I mean, it's useful enough. But now I'm over encumbered. What does that do? I kind of forget. Hold on, I'm gonna have to switch PDFs, which is gonna make the screen freak out. Sorry. Over. I don't know what that does. Trying to find the over encumbered rules real fast. Encumbrance, here we go, hold on. You can temporarily carry more items than your encumbrance limit. In this case, you need to make a roll for endurance skill whenever you need to run out of combat or hike for a quarter day. Which I'm not doing either, so it doesn't really matter. Cool, we got some meat. I will add that to our little journal. That for this 3rd day. Hunting and foraging. Killed a crow. I mean, come on, that's good stuff. And we got a little bit of meat that we can cook up at an inn, which luckily we'll be going to. So, yeah, as it mentions here, the meat can be cooked by a chef or at an inn. It's one of the services, apparently, that you can get. I guess that's the wrong table there. If I pull up the gear list, services. Somewhere here is where it should mention... I don't know exactly where that is. Wagon of wine, hearty meal. There's lodging, courier. I actually don't know. Maybe I'm missing it. Healing. Maybe it's not like an actual thing I have to pay for. I don't really know. It doesn't mention it. Weird. Okay. I'm gonna real quick take a few minute break. I'll be back in a few, and then we'll figure this out and continue. Hopefully we gotta finish our first day. We're still on our first day, but I want to, like I said, hopefully get through a couple more days. Try to find a cool place that we can call Stronghold. Well, we already got a good couple encounters going on. Did a bit of hunting, but like I said, I'll hopefully pick up pace here soon. I will be right back though. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay. That took longer than I thought. I do apologize. I'm back. And let me switch back over. There we go. Hello, everybody. And hello there, Christopher. Hello, and happy Sunday to you too. Hope you are doing good. Okay, so I realized I was trying to figure out the issue with the meat. How do I turn it into food? And apparently it's because I'm looking at the wrong section, kind of. So you can build buildings and you can build an inn for like a stronghold, and in that inn you have the ability to make food, meat out of your raw meat. Now what I could probably do is just come up with some like homebrew way of just like I can give meat, like my raw meat that I am carrying around, to a tavern I visit. Maybe they could just cook it for me. I obviously would pay them something. Or if they have like a fireplace, I guess I probably can't use that, but I don't know. Something like that. That's kind of what I'm thinking. But yeah, essentially that's kind of how that works, because I was trying to find the part in the rules and I couldn't really see anything. Bull stew costs 3 copper. I have a lot of money, so like I guess this isn't the most important thing. Maybe I'll pay like 1 silver to have them cook the meat for me. I think that seems fair enough, considering 1 silver also is like a hearty meal. Maybe like 5 copper. I forget what the silver to copper is. I think it's 10 to 1. Let me figure out the ratio real fast for that. Where would that be? End of your adventure? No, it's probably in the introduction. Talks about the money that's used in this game. See, some stuff I don't know where to even look in the rules for this. Where would that be? I feel like it would be in the gear section, but that's where I'm at right now. I don't know where it would be. I guess I'm in the gear list, but I don't think it's in here either. I searched the PDF. Hold on. I think I'm in the section. Anyway, I'm in the... Just want to find like silver. What's the conversion here? Search gold, I guess, because you want less gold. Okay, coins. Here we go. Oh, I was like on the right page, just looking at the wrong section. So 10 copper equals 1 silver, 10 silver equals 1 gold. Okay, simple enough. So let me... 10 copper equals 1 silver. So, whoops. Giving myself gold. I'm gonna give myself 10 copper just so I have that carrying around. Okay, so we'll say it's only 5 copper to have the inn cook meat for me. That seems fair. So we finish up. I finished up hunting. Ulrich finishes up foraging. I killed a crow. Ulrich was supposed to get water for us and could not. He's useless. So great. Good job, Ulrich. Way to go. But we found this cool new village that's nearby that we never even knew about, which is kind of fun. Good old Bloodguard. And we're going to be staying at the Round Swine Inn. I guess let me pull back up the gear list as I look up for how much it costs for a night at an inn. 2 copper. And then I'll pay for both of us and for them cooking the meat for me. So I'll be left with 1 copper. That's 9 total. That's fine. But then I get to get rid of this meat and make it into cooked meat. I believe that's how that works. Because yeah, if I go into strongholds and stronghold functions, this is where it was getting that stuff earlier for each quarter day, which the inn is staffed by a PC. Up to 12 units of meat can be turned into equal number of units of food. But yeah, I'm just paying this inn to do it for me. I'm paying him 5 copper. You're not an expert with the rules yet. What's wrong with you? I know. I'm a fake fan. I don't even know this game, and I say it's one of my favorites. I know. There's a lot of rules for it, dang it. But I really don't think it's... I mean, I don't think it's that complicated of a game, but there's just a lot of rules. So I guess that kind of makes it complicated. Yeah, I paid the 9 copper, so I guess I get a unit of food, which I believe that's just bumps up my rations. Like, that's not gonna... Yeah, no, okay, so we get more food rations, which neither of us, I think, ate or drank at the beginning of the day. We'll say we already did. We're not gonna count it for today. We'll let it slide, and say we just did it before the story started, but I need to do that every morning from now on. All right, we paid for a night at the inn, so I think... Yeah, we're just gonna stay at the Round Swine. Okay. I had him cook my raw meat, which is great. Makes my life a lot easier. Okay. Well, now what? So... I guess we just sleep away the night, because at this point, by the time we got done hunting and foraging, it was midnight. I had him cook that as I slept, and we wake up the next day. New day started. So first, I do a couple things. I have to shuffle the Oracle deck, which I probably should have done. I don't know if I did that already, but we'll shuffle that. Need to reset it and shuffle it. There we go. Also at the beginning of the day, we're gonna do a weather roll to see what the temperature, wind, and rain are like. So as we head into spring 35, I'm just gonna keep this big journal going. We'll probably, actually, I don't know if I like that. I wasn't sure if I was gonna create separate pages for each day, but I think I'm going to. I'm conflicted. Because if not, we're gonna have like really long pages. Yeah, I guess we will. Whatever. So spring 36. So okay, page. Throw this behind my character sheet again. And put this above. So spring 36. Temperature is pleasant again. Rain is none again, but wind, oh boy, there's a storm. There's a windstorm that makes making camp a lot more difficult. For a quarter day, all players must succeed with an endurance roll to keep moving. Interesting. So that's what we got going on this beautiful spring day. Being a keyboard hobbyist, because I don't have the money to be a collector. What kind of keyboard are you using? This is actually a fairly new keyboard I got. I've only been using it for like a month or two. It's this one. It's pretty cool. So it is the ROG Strix Scope 296 wireless keyboard. Because for the longest time, I used my MacBook as like my primary computer. I do have a gaming PC. Has Windows on it for other stuff, but my primary daily computer is my laptop. So I was using my laptop keyboard for like the longest time, literally years, and I decided to get an external keyboard. So I wanted to get something wireless, so I found this one. It also has the cool RGBs, which is nice. It has a good sound to it. It's got a cool like magnetic wrist pad, which is pretty neat. But yeah, I like it. It doesn't have the longest battery life, but I think that's also because I leave it on sometimes and I use the Bluetooth mode. It also has like a dongle. It's pretty nice though. I like it. It's definitely better than what I was using, but I'm pretty slow typing on it because I've been using a MacBook keyboard literally for like the past 6 or 7 years. So it's weird going from like this one type of keyboard to a different, but I like it. It's definitely not anything too fancy, but I just wanted a nice like wireless keyboard. That's what I've been using. Yeah. Also I get to get XP, which is fun because we're playing solo. So beginning of the day, first off, we do get to rest, and hopefully that regains our stats back, which is great. Do that again. Rest for you as well. And what's cool is if I open up the party tab, I get to click this button, end of session experience, active players. So we did discover a new adventure site. And we did travel through at least one hex. So we both would get 2 XP. Nice. I think Ulrich gets the XP as well. I don't think we could do much with that. I think it costs 3 to upgrade. Or no, upgrading is expensive. But getting a new talent costs 3. So I don't think we could do anything with 2. Maybe do a skill. No, skills I think are expensive too. So, yeah. Okay, we got our XP. We got our new weather. We did the reset the Oracle deck. So I think we're good to head on to the next day and start figuring out what we're going to do for the spring day. So we're chilling in Bloodguard, this new village we found that's actually right nearby. Kind of cool. Village of Goblins. That's probably where Bog was from that we ran into earlier. So who knows? We might run into them again. There's a trading post here we could buy some stuff from. A mill. There's an inn that we stayed at. The town problem with the town is undead, so we can kind of look into that. But I kind of just want to do some more traveling. Unfortunately, it is storming today, but that's only going to make camp, I think, just make camp more difficult. It does say for a quarter day, all players must succeed with an endurance to keep moving. I don't know what that means. I assume that if you're hiking, you have to do endurance to keep moving, I guess, against the storm. So it is storming out, so we probably don't want to do too much like hiking around today. Maybe we just spend a good chunk of the day around the village doing some foraging, doing some hunting, doing some anything that doesn't really involve leaving the hex, essentially. I might just spend literally like most of the day hunting. Just go around the area, hunt some creatures, have them cook up some meat. That'd be kind of nice. Yeah. It does have a nice soft sound. I'm going to assume it's equivalent of ground cherries, but you probably don't know what that means. I do not know what that means. I mean, I know there's different types of like keycaps and like the switches and all that, but I am by no means an expert when it comes to keyboards. This is just a first one that I did a good amount of research on. It seems like I could have got a lot more like customizable ones and all this other ones, but this had a couple things I really liked about it. And so far, I've been quite happy with it, but who knows? Maybe one day I'll upgrade, but for now, I'm sticking with this one. But yeah, I do like the sound. It has a nice click-clack sound, which hopefully the mic doesn't pick it up too much. It's probably just mainly when I'm talking, but well. Okay, so like I said, I want to get going on some new stuff here. So, also, it's the start of the day. Before I forget, we also need to eat and drink, because if not, I'm going to forget, and that's kind of an important thing. So what's cool about this game, I didn't really explain this during the rules, is how it does rations, and specifically like your food and water rations. How it works is they are not a set amount. You have a quantity, a dice amount. So I right now have D10 food, D6 water. What that means is to consume food, I roll that dice. If I roll, I think it's a 1 or a 2, it goes down a dice amount to a D8. And that's how it works. If I'm at a D6, which is the lowest, then on a 1 or a 2, I'm out. So what's cool is, so as you'll see, I have D10 food right now. If I click this food button, it will do the roll for me. It's a 7, so I'm good. I consume food, but my quantity doesn't go down. Water, I have a D6, so there's a good chance I'm going to run out of water. It's a 6, so I am good on water. That's how you consume food and water. I'll do the same for Ulrich real fast. I don't know if I have to, but I will. I guess he didn't start any food or water. I guess he probably, they're my companion. They're probably fine. No, well, see, this is the one thing about this game. I don't know if I like the whole companion system. I think I would rather just have 2 player characters. Because it's like companions didn't start with their starting gear, so they don't get starting food or water. So do I not even worry about that for them? But the rules don't say that. The only thing the rules say that companions play differently is that they just don't have willpower and they don't push rolls. That's all they say. And that they should rarely roll for themselves. It doesn't say anything about they don't have food or water, but also during the character creation, it said skip steps 11 and 12, which gives them their starting gear, and that includes their starting water. I'm gonna just give it to them. I don't care. This is my game, dang it. I'm gonna play it how I want. So a fighter gets D8 food and D6 water. So we'll have them consume that and see how that goes. Food, they are good on. Water, they are good on. Cool. Okay, so I'm going to go hunt the day away. I think I'm going to have Ulrich just forage the day away, and we'll just kind of gather up stuff on this stormy day as we don't feel like really doing much outside. Maybe I'll spend some time around town asking people about stuff at some point. Asking maybe about like that goblin bog, asking about the bandits, asking about a nearby castle, trying to find some cool legends maybe to go after. I mean, we already got a decent thread list of stuff going on with like the bandits, finding the group that captured us, trying to find a new base, trying to become the best archer. Maybe I got to challenge someone to an archery contest. You know what? That could be fun. Trying to find the best archer in Bloodguard and challenge them to an archery contest could be kind of fun. But I'm at least gonna start out doing some hunting. So I'm gonna do my hunting roll. I get Master of the Hunt. I am gonna be hunting in a forest, so I would get +1, but then since it's spring, I would get -1, so modifiers just cancel out. And do I find a prey to hunt? I do. So I found prey. Okay, I just need to roll in the prey table. I get to reroll if I want to. Found a fox. I don't know if I have to take the second roll. But let's go with the fox, sure. So it's a difficulty of -1. I guess foxes are pretty easy to hunt. So let's go ahead and try to take them out. Or I guess foxes are difficult to hunt because -1 means I get -1 modifier. So that makes it harder. Just do -1 modifier, I guess. Something like that. So I should be rolling like a good amount. How many do I roll total? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that seems right. And I did get 2 successes, so we're good. Hunt was successful, which means I get some three meat and 1 pelt. I don't know what additional successes get me. I don't really think it gets me anything. No, I don't think it gets me anything. That's fine. That's fine. I don't care. We get some meat. Add that to my gear as we hunted down a fox. Love to see that. We do not have 13. We have 3. And then pelts. We have 1 of. Cool. I need to figure out how I get more inventory space because I feel like I'm constantly running out. I don't even have that many items and I'm just full all the time. Maybe there's something I can buy. That went well. We're gonna have Ulrich forage for water again. He gets a -1 modifier since... Actually, I don't know what... Let me double check what modifier he gets because I forget all the things off the top of my head. So I know we're in a forest, so foraging gets +1. Then... Oh, forage gets the -1 bonus. There's no -1 for hunting, but I still succeeded. So their bonuses cancel out. He's going to be hunting for some water because we need more water. And they failed again. They clearly cannot hunt for water. There's no good spots for water around, I guess. Okay, so hunt and forage. Killed a fox. Nice. Got some meat, got some... Yeah, I got some pelts so we can turn into some leather. If I was a tanner, which that's... Once I get some more XP, that's what I want to do. So now it's noon. We spent the good chunk of the morning hunting and foraging. I'm probably just gonna do that again. I know it's not the most exciting, but you know what? I want to go hunt a little bit more, so I will do so and get a +1 bonus, I guess, because it's because of the forest. Spring seasons don't affect hunting bonuses, only foraging. And I failed. I'm gonna push the roll. What's the worst that could happen? Apply to my wits. As long as I'm not broken, I'm fine. Yeah, I'm okay. Just 2 hits to my wits. That's nothing. But cool, we targeted a prey. So now I'm gonna roll on the find a prey table, see who we found. A rabbit. I might reroll because I can reroll because I got 2 successes. A boar. There we go. The boar is a -1 difficulty. Okay. -1, and the boar attacks me if I fail. Let's see if I can take out this boar in 1 shot. Can I do it? I did it. Easy. We get 4 meat and 2 pelts. So we're up to 7 meat and 3 pelts. I mean, that's a lot of food. Love to see that. Let's see if Ulrich is able to forage for some water. Please find a clean source of water. And oh my god, that's 4 successes. It's a lot. So finally he gets some water, which I believe, I'll open the journal, but I think when you forage for water, if it's successful, no matter the amount of success, everybody fills up their water skin to a D12. When looking for water, a success means you find enough drinkable water. Yeah, D12. If they like, which yes, I would like. I would like to have water. Water skin was running low, making me a little nervous. So me and Ulrich max out our water. And then what's nice is I have all this meat, which I can give to the inn to cook, and I'm gonna have hella food, which will be great. So, I mean, we're doing pretty good on our food rations, but this will help even more, and I can always just sell stuff, I think, to get money. Yeah, which is great. So, you want to see something real fast? Equal amount of food. Yeah, I mean, we can have food for days. Food for days. Okay, so that brings us to about 6 p.m. Spent good 12 hours hunting and foraging. Filled our water, we killed a boar. Okay. Third part of our day, what do we want to do? I kind of just want to spend this part of the day, like, doing stuff around town, talking to the townsfolk, stuff like that. I guess also, real quick, I want to take a second, look at the gear list. What can I do? What can I buy to help out my inventory situation? This is kind of ridiculous. Like, how do I get more carry space? Can I, is that a thing? Backpack? Like backpack you need to carry stuff, but can I not like get additional carry space? I also wanted to see what some of these items do. You can get like a field kitchen. That's kind of cool. But what? I carried a clay jug. Extra water. I can get fishing poles. I mean, there is a trading post here in town, so I could kind of get anything, I think. I mean, some of these supplies, it says uncommon or common. I don't know exactly how that works. You have to look into that. Yeah, I really don't know if I can get like additional carry capacity. I don't see anything like that. Stuff against cold, bonuses for making camp. Stuff to cook, plus, oh, extra stuff for hunting, but they're just traps. Just tents. I don't know if there's a way. I guess I might just need to buy, I mean, the one option is I just buy an animal. And get a cart or a wagon. I think that's the move, because, like, if I get, like, a riding horse, which does cost, like, 2 gold, they can carry a lot. And then they can pull like a wagon. I can get a donkey too, I guess. Can a donkey carry a wagon or pull a wagon? Because if so, I buy a donkey, I buy a cart, which I have enough to buy both of those. Can carry 2 people and 50 items. That's a lot. And also, like, walking around with a donkey in a cart seems kind of silly, but maybe this is what I'm gonna have to go and do. Takes 2 days to build the cart, needs a builder. Hold by one animal. I mean, that seems like my only other solution. Okay. Well, I don't know. Because right now I'm at 16 out of 6 encumbrance. So I either need to sell a bunch of stuff, drop off a bunch of stuff, or buy a donkey in a cart. Which I still don't know. I can't find how, like, selling stuff works. Like, if I have... I don't know if I get the full quantity. I kind of assume so, because I don't see anything that says otherwise. Try to see if... Yeah... Buy extra gear. That doesn't say anything about selling. I also don't know how buying stuff with, like, rarity works. What's this? Yeah, see, I don't see anything. It's weird. Buy extra gear at the start of the game. That's literally all it says. It doesn't say anything about selling it. That's so strange. I don't know how that works then. I'm going to probably just play it that whatever the buy price is what the sell price is, just to make things easier. As long as I just stick to whatever way I go with, it'll be fine. So I'm going to start having a lot of stuff. Like, I'm going to have a lot of extra food. I don't know what to do with. I don't think I can sell just raw meat. I guess I could. 6 copper. But if I turn it into food, I don't think food is an actual, like, thing. I could just sell the raw meat. And the pelt, I could also just sell. The pelt can be turned into leather. But the issue is I don't have a way to do that. I would need to find someone that could do that or learn the tanner trade myself, the talent. Which I don't have the XP for right now, so I can't. Just looking at all because there's so many items. Transport animals. Where was leather? I know it's just somewhere in here. Pelt. What about hunting on 151? Oh, there it is, leather. So it kind of doubles. Oh, not really, but it does upgrade the cost of it if I save it and I didn't just sell it for the pelt. The issue is, like I said, I'm running out of inventory space. I don't get this encumbrance. This is kind of restricting. It's a little crazy. You can carry a number of regular items equal to double your strength. I guess I have, yeah, this normal item. But even armor counts as wearing it? It counts as carrying it? That kind of sucks. I don't know if I like that, but I get it. Heavy and white item. Heavy takes up 2 regular items. White items count as half a regular item. And tiny items don't count at all. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then why do I? Oh, because these are. Okay, yeah, 1, 2 plus 10, 12, 13. Okay, yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. What am I supposed to do with my gear? Am I supposed to get a donkey and a cart? That seems like my only solution. I don't know what else to do. Because that's 1, 2, 3, 13. That doesn't even add up to 16. I don't know where it's getting the 16. I guess maybe the money also counts, I think, towards encumbrance. Every 100 coins counts as a white item. Okay, I don't have that much money, so no. But the only thing over encumbrance does is you need to roll for endurance when you want to run in combat or hike. If a horse, you can let them carry some of your gear. Animal can carry a number of normal items equal to its strength doubled, and twice that if you dismount it and lead it. So maybe I don't even need to get a cart. I just get an animal and then... What does like a donkey have for strength? So it can carry 6 items. 6 normal items, or 12 if no one's riding it, which probably no one would. Okay, maybe I buy a donkey. That seems like the move. And just like have bags that I essentially strap on the donkey, and there we go. So, okay, let me ask Mythic. Is there someone in this town that will sell me a donkey? It seems like probably not, considering that the village just has trading. It does have a trading post, a mill, and an inn. I'm gonna go with unlikely. I don't think, well, yeah, unlikely. We'll see what it says. I don't think it's super likely though. There is someone that I guess someone at the trading post has that, so most games I have most games I hardware and cards is very important to a specific mechanic. To me, it seems like overcomplicated system for trying to make it simplified. I mean, it has a simple way of doing it with like, I like that things don't have like weight value. They just are normal or light or tiny. I kind of like that, but it just sucks that you can't carry a whole lot. Like, I feel like I don't have a lot on me. I just started and I'm already way over encumbered from just doing a little bit of hunting. It's kind of crazy. It feels like I can't carry a lot, but it also makes sense. Like if I'm an adventurer, I need to be on my feet, be walking around a lot. I can't just be carrying like a ton of items all the time. So I guess I can buy a donkey. So you know what? I'm gonna do it. Buying a donkey. I guess there's probably already a thing for that, right? If I go into core game, mounts. No, not mounts. Animals. Donkey. Duplicate. Drag this down. Perfect. There we go. We got a donkey. Donkey has been acquired. And that costed how much? It wasn't that much, surprisingly. It's also like a common animal, so I guess it's common. 6 silver. Cheap price. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And since I don't plan on riding it, I can carry up to 3, 6, 12 items, I think. Yeah, and that's what it says. If it's riding. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna move all my meat there. The pelts there as well. It's almost already filled up. Man, hunting just takes a lot of items, but that's okay. I'll hold on to my dagger and my map. But it's weird, just holding a single weapon, wearing armor, is filling up my stuff. Do I have multiple of it? I'm so confused, like, because this is only 1, 2, 3, and it says I'm at 6. I'm not understanding something somewhere. Is it because I don't get it? Where is it getting 6 from? I mean, it's doing it by itself, so it should... I don't have a heavy item. I can carry up to normal items. That should be 3 total. Am I missing something? I don't know where it's getting that number from. It's not like my wits being messed up should affect that. Right? All of it's just in my gear? Because even if I drop that, it says I still have 5.5. 8 light. Double checking I'm not missing something here that I'm just completely oblivious to. I mean, if I just put these all in my backpack for a second, I just want to try to figure this out, and I drop all my items. It still says I'm at 3. Can you tell me how it's getting this number? I don't understand. Is it my arrows? Is it my rations? Something else is adding weight, and I don't understand what it is. Ah, yeah, for encumbrance, each type of consumable counts as one item, no matter what your current resource dice is. I did not realize that. It was automatically doing that. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. That makes a lot more sense. So that sucks. If I have 3 items equipped with my 3 rations, I can't carry anything. That's normal size. I mean, I can, but then I'm going to be over encumbered. But I got my donkey. So we got that going. Okay. Let's continue onwards. Getting a little caught in the weeds here. So we did a bit of shopping. Bought a donkey. What else could I buy? I mean, I still have a lot of silver. Let me see if there's anything else crazy I want to buy. We already ate for the day. Could get like an axe. Like a timber axe. And then that allows me to cut down wood, which is kind of fun. Where's that? It's under raw materials, right? I can gather wood. A quarter day in a forest or dark forest. Successful crafting roll gives me a unit's number of wood. I don't know how to get stone, though. I think stone, you need a quarry. Or you can buy 2 copper. It's probably a lot easier to buy materials, because what's cool is, like, every item you can buy in this game, pretty much, I think, you can craft. You know, I was talking about an axe. Well, if I had half an iron and a wood, I could craft that myself if I have the smith talent, a forge, and 1 day at a time. I think that's really cool. Once again, lots of stuff I like about this game. I think that's really neat. Okay, I mean, I don't know if there's much else I really want to buy right now. I've also spent a decent amount of time shopping, so I kind of just want to keep on keeping on. Yeah, torches I guess we don't have any, do we? I don't know if we really need any. Backpack, we're good. Nah, okay, I'm done shopping. I'm gonna spend some time, just spend time in town. Bought donkey. So I want to go talk to some of the townsfolk, maybe learn a bit more about Bloodguard, as this is a new town to me and Ulrich. Also see if we can learn about like the bandits, see if we could find more about Bog, maybe. Just kind of get a feel for the place, really. Ask them about their problem with the undead that they're dealing with. Stuff like that. I guess they don't have a militia here, so maybe going up to probably the owner of the Round Swine and just trying to get some info from them, seeing what's going on. So I head up to Thrak, who is the owner of the Round Swine Inn. They are a 34-year-old male goblin with a severed ear. They're apparently a notorious cheat. So I walk up to them, and I buy myself a drink and buy them a drink before we even get this party started. Like, I need to make sure we start on a good foot. And so I go up and I say 2 flagons of ale. I guess 3. Buy 3 flagons of ale. It's gonna cost me 6 silver or 6 copper. And I give 1 to Ulrich, give 1 to myself, and give 1 to the bartender here, old Thrak. And I say, here you go, old sir, and give that to him and give a little bit of a cheers. As we start drinking, I'm like, maybe compliment Thrak on his place and say to him, just kind of explain that me and Ulrich here are new to Bloodguard and are just trying to learn more about the place, and hear that they are dealing with some undead problem, and I kind of want to learn more about that. So what issue with the undead are they having? Let's just do an action roll to see what's going on with the undead. Travel exterior. What if we get like a general character action? Maybe that would be better. Maybe that'd be worse. Way gentle. I have travel exterior. Don't know what either of those are. So we're gonna, though I do like general actions probably a little bit better. Maybe descriptors would also be good. I don't know. Juvenile break. I have zero idea how that could. I'm just gonna keep rolling dice so I get something. You know what? Sometimes you gotta do that. So some of these times they work great. Sometimes Oracle rolls are not so great. Block bureaucracy. Okay, I kind of like that. So somehow the undead are trying to block bureaucracy. In what way, though? It's got a description. I don't know if that's going to help, but I just want to see what it gives me. By being passively cold. So the undead are somehow blocking the bureaucracy of the town by being passively cold. So what would the bureaucracy of Bloodguard be? They have a trading post, they have a mill, they have a tavern. Block bureaucracy. So like maybe something with like the undead or somehow messing like with their, I mean, bureaucracy, I guess that mainly something to do with like the government or like the town's like leaders. So how is undead messing with that? Are they straight up coming back to life? Are there like ghosts? Stuff being haunted? Passively cold? Maybe like... Yeah, maybe there's like some ghostly... I don't even know. Passively cold makes me think it's like haunted spirits are causing cold spots in the town and messing with like businesses or something. I don't know. I don't even know how we would deal with that if that was the case, though. I'm trying to think of, you know, what else could this be? Village is famous for a horrible massacre also, so it dealing with like undead spirits kind of checks out. How would blocking bureaucracy come into play? That's what I'm trying to connect the dots on here. Horrible massacre, there's the undead. Get another descriptor. Passively cold isn't bad, but that's kind of fun to maybe do something with, but I just want to get something else. Ruthlessly vibrant. Okay, I like that one less. Yeah, no, I kind of like the idea that, I don't know, because of like the massacres a while back, they definitely deal with a lot of supernatural phenomenon here in the village of Bloodguard, and one of the things that they've been recently dealing with is cold spots that have been appearing in town, and specifically like cold spots that like turn a room to ice. Like it's extreme cold spots, and they've been happening, seems like more often than not, in like the village buildings or like the town hall type building, where it's starting to like interfere with government issues because like people are in a meeting and then the room just starts like turning into ice or something like that, right? It's very strange, and so that's an issue they've been dealing with. I don't know, that's kind of just where I was going with that, but okay, so that's kind of what Bloodguard is dealing with, is right now random supernatural cold spots, something like that. I was thinking they're getting in the way of trade or making people not want to come out and participate in any of the local government issues, problems or stuff. Yeah, and maybe that could be more, because I'm just trying to think, like, I guess I don't have to lean into it too hard, but the first one was block bureaucracy, but I do like that. Yeah, maybe like the undead are doing other stuff. I mean, I like the idea that there's like a supernatural like cold that's interfering with the town. But yeah, maybe it's not just government, but yeah, maybe it's like also like trade and like visitors. Like it's just popping up around town and kind of causing havoc. Okay, I kind of like that. I'm gonna add that to the thread list. I'm not gonna do anything with it now, but we'll at least have it there. Investigate cold spots in Bloodguard. Okay, I like that we got a lot of threads going. This makes me happy. Some of them are a little bit more silly, like trying to become the best archer in Forbidden Lands, but you know what? We got some good ones too. We got a bandit dispute to resolve, find the group that captured us. Now we got these cold spots, these supernatural cold spots, and already supernatural. Cool. I like that. Awesome. Let me close out of that. I'll add that to the journal. Talked to, whoops, to tavern owner, whoops. Undead problems with them causing cold spots. Should we? Yeah, we can do more of that later. I guess while we're talking to the tavern owner, I'm gonna ask him, do you know about the foolish bandits that are in the area? I think it's likely. Okay, they do know of the foolish bandits. Are the foolish bandits in Bloodguard? Because they're not really in Wind End. Are they in Bloodguard? I've just never been here. Ooh, exceptional, yes. Okay. Yeesh. Okay. So apparently the Foolish Bandits are located here in Bloodguard, or at least maybe primarily located here. Exceptional, yes, means I think, yeah, they have like their base of operations here, and maybe they have a pretty big presence here in Bloodguard. So Foolish Bandits are in Bloodguard presence. Okay. I mean, I'm gonna ask the bartender, like, are the Foolish Bandits, like, are they liked here? Like, are they chill? Like, do the townsfolk hate them here? Like, what's the deal? I guess the question I will ask is, are they friendly to Bloodguard? I'm just gonna go unsure. Or I'm gonna go unlikely. I'll go unsure. Maybe I don't know. Foolish Bandits, are they friendly to Bloodguard? I think is what I asked, and they are friendly. So, Bloodguard has no issues with them, essentially. That's probably why they're here. Okay. Last thing, I guess I want to ask about the adventuring party, but I don't know if they know much about that. I guess I'll ask them, do you know of any castles in the area? You know of any abandoned castles in the area? I'm gonna go very unlikely, but maybe there's something nearby. Bartender's like, nope, I don't know anything. I'm like, okay, well, we bought a donkey, we talked to the tavern owner, learned about the town, learned more about the bandits, figured out that they were here. So now I guess we just sleep. So that takes us to midnight as we've been going around the town, talking to people, buying stuff, and we sleep from 12 to 6. So cool. We are on our way with day 3. Moving at a fast pace here. Spring 37. Slide this over, and we'll have both of these guys rest. And where's Ulrich? Ulrich is gonna rest as well. Of course. Both characters are fully rested. Love to see it. XP wise, I don't think we're gonna get much XP. We didn't do really anything. Didn't travel to a new hex. Didn't discover a new adventure site. Didn't find treasure. Didn't build a new function. I don't think we get any XP. Kinda sucks. That was just one day, so like, whatever. Hello there, JK. Been interested in getting this game. What do you like about it / makes it stand out? Been enjoying the streams and VODs. Appreciate to hear that. What do I like about it? There's a lot I like about it. I mean, obviously people like different, aspects of different RPGs. This has a lot of stuff that I like in RPGs. So I like a defined way to do travel. Well, I really enjoy like the Fallout RPG, for example, and it does have terrain movement, but like it doesn't come with a good map for scale, and you kind of have to wing it. I like that this has defined hexes with terrain, how many hexes you can move in a given amount of time, how the terrain affects that. I like that it has good like X crawl movement and like rules. I really like some of the things that I really like about it. That it has crafting. Crafting is probably one of my favorite things in like RPGs. I love being able to like craft, scrap. This has that, and you can also like forage and hunt, fish. I really think that's cool because you have like rations. I really like the fact that you can have like a base, what's called a stronghold, that you can actually like go find an abandoned castle. You can clear it out, make that your base, and then upgrade it. Add functions to it that actually have mechanical values. What else? I like a lot of the aspects of like how different seasons can affect different roles. Like I said, you hunt and gather, but some of those can be affected by what season it is or what terrain you're in. Different terrains have different foraging and hunting bonuses, and different seasons have different times that you have light and darkness, which I think is like really cool. It has just a lot of stuff that I like. It has pretty cool combat. I like that there's no HP, there's no levels, you just have talents. Yeah, that's what I like about it. Some things I may not like. I mean, I'm not a huge fan of the encumbrance system, I guess. I was just recently figuring that out. And I don't know, when you play Soul, you have a companion. I don't know how much I like companions. I think I'd rather just play with 2-player characters and just play the same way. But overall, I mean, I think it's a great game. It has a fantastic Foundry module. Like the music we're listening to is from the Foundry module. A lot of the stuff is added from the Foundry module. Which is cool. It has like all of the rules built into it and all of the items made, so I could just click pelt and I see all the info for pelt, or if I'm gonna grab a sword, I could just search up a sword. So I think it has a great Foundry module, which helps because I like playing stuff on Foundry. So works well with Mythic, I think. A lot of games do though. But yeah, lots I like about the game. Some things I don't, but overall, it has a lot of stuff that I like in RPGs that makes it a great game for me. I like how it has, yeah, you have dungeons and villages that can be randomly generated. It has a cool map. Like, I could keep going on and on about stuff I like. And I mean, at the end, I always give a little bit of a final thought. So I'll talk about what I like and don't like at the end. But yeah, this is one of my favorite RPGs for sure. I'm super happy to be returning to it. So we got a new day. So we rested up. We have to shuffle the Oracle deck. I don't think we've really drawn anything, but I will still reset and shuffle it. We haven't done our weather roll. We did our XP roll, which we got no XP from. Weather, okay. We have pleasant temperature again. We do have a bit of drizzling rain, so leading the way will be tough. And we have another storm, so making camp is also going to be tough. Damn, okay. That's fine. I was not planning on... I guess I was planning on scouting around today, but we're not gonna let the weather stop us. You know what? We got stuff to do. But before we do that, we need to eat and drink real fast, so I don't forget. Consume some food. Let's hope we don't get a 1 or a 2. We're good. Water. Gotta drink that up. We're chilling on that as well. Ulrich will pop over there and you let them consume their rations real fast. Food. Boom. Water. We're good on both. Everybody's feasted up, nourished, ready to go. So we're still chilling in Bloodguard. It's bright and early in the morning. Even though it's drizzling out and leading the way is going to be -1, I want to do some scouting around this like area. I mean, this is more dark forest here, so I want to kind of just hang around the edge. Maybe go like just out and back a little bit. Like we go 1 here, 1 here, 1 there, and then we rest up. We just do a little, like a bit of a circle. A little bit of a circle, because that's gonna be 2, 1, and then 1. And that's fine. So let's do that. Let's go here and do, even though it's raining, it's gonna suck, but you know what? Let's go out and about, hike a little bit. It's good for you. So for traveling, I will be keeping watch while Ulrich will be leading the way. Okay, so we'll have, yeah, them do the lead the way, which I guess we have -1 since it is raining out. Making it a little bit harder to see where we're going. They do fail, so we're going to be encountering a mishap as we enter this hex, along with, this is a new forest hex, so we have to roll this. No encounter, but we do see the stream winds its way through the landscape. Sunlight glitters off a small waterfall, and there is some scorched earth here, but no encounter. We do have to roll on the mishaps table because there's some journeying mishap going on. I guess that's a lead the way mishap specifically. Blocked terrain. The way forward is blocked by rocks, fallen trees, thick shrubbery, or flooding, depending on the terrain. You must roll might or move to be able to move forward. If you fail, suffer 1 point damage for strength. You must roll again. Anyone who rolls successfully can help anyone who didn't. You won't make any progress on the map during this quarter day. Oh. So we move into the hex, and then that's all we can do, essentially. We won't make any progress. So do we not even... Well, I guess we must have gotten in this hex, but then we just can't travel further, it seems like. Okay, and we have to roll might or move. I'm not really good at either. Might is going to be 3. Move is going to be a little bit better. I'll roll move. Okay, we got a success, and then I can try to help Ulrich get up or get over or whatever they're doing. I guess they're probably going to be trying to move. Yeah, roll plus might, and I will help them so they get +1 modifier, and we'll see if they succeed. I was helping you, bro, and you didn't even succeed. Okay, well then they get a point to their strength. Regardless, we don't move for this quarter day, so we're ending there as it reaches noon, and we have to pass some fallen trees and all this other stuff. But we're gonna keep on keeping on. Do a little bit of a loop and move here. Entering a new hex, so let me do a new forest roll, and we'll do a lead the way roll, which is going to be -1 again because of the rain. Not -10, let's do -1. But it is successful. It is successful. Great. So as we enter this forest, I guess I'll write in the journal what's going on. So 1, travel through forest, path is blocked, and then part 2, travel through forest again. This time, see, it's an oppressive silence reigns over. We're near a disused field. We have a random encounter. The ruins of old. So, have found ruins that is suitable as a place to make camp in order to decide the type of ruins. Roll D66 on the table below. D10 times 6. I think I'll just roll 2d6 and then just look at the results. So we'll take that as 25 because that's how I read that. 25, we find an abandoned guard post. Can make camp at? Okay. Let's skip this song. I don't know how much I like this song. There we go. Okay. I don't think that's a place we could turn to a stronghold, I wish. Abandoned guard post. Nice. Okay. I'll double check, but I don't think that's something we could turn into a stronghold. I think we need to find like an actual castle or a dungeon. I guess that's what it says for obvious choices. I don't know. Maybe I can turn the ruins of old guard posts into a... You see before you the broken remains of what was once a building. Nature has reclaimed it. Everything that remains are fallen remnants. So I guess it's probably not a good place to even make a base. But it can provide camp. It's an old guard post. I don't know if that's something we really want. So we're right near Blood Guard, so we could just like do whatever. It is 6 p.m., but I think we'll just go back to Blood Guard and call it a day. Yeah, and then maybe we'll like tomorrow go back to Wind End and kind of go through this little part we haven't been yet. Could be kind of exciting. So we'll just go travel back to Bloodguard. Okay, kind of an uneventful day. You know what? That's okay. So we travel back to Bloodguard. Is this 37? Did I mess up my dates already? We started on 36. This is 37. So now we're heading into spring 38. Which I guess also, before I do this, hold on. I need to do a couple things. I need to pay for the in-visit. Which I believe, I'll double check. I think it's like 2 copper, 4 copper. I think it's 2. I need to find the right table, gear list, services. It's 2 copper. I'll pay it, I guess. I pay for the both of us to rest up for the night. So we both get to click the rest button. Love to see that. Ulrich also rest up. Great. So we head into the next day. Chaos factor, we'll say, goes down. I didn't adjust it the day before, but I think it goes down because we were pretty in control. Stuff's pretty chill right now. Yeah, sorry, I'm just thinking here. So that's done. I guess we need to get XP while we're at it. So end of session XP. We did explore a new hex. That's about the only thing we did do. But that's 1 XP, which is enough to get a new talent, which is kind of nice. I know for Gunolf, I want to go ahead and get... I know what talent I want. Also, I think I had meat on my donkey that we were carrying. That meat's gone bad. When did I get that? I think it's gone bad, though. Yeah, I should have cooked that meat or something. There was 7 of it. I let it all go bad. Because I think how it works, I'll double check right now, but with journeys, get meat. You need to consume it within a day or cook it or the meat will get spoiled. Yeah. Good job, me. Just wasted 7 meat, but we're actually pretty good on food, so like it's not the end of the world. But we did get some XP, which is good. So let me add some talents. Which I already know. For Gunolf, I want the Tanner talent. No, what isn't this what I want, right? Yeah, because this what allows me to turn pelt into leather. Since I'm doing a lot of hunting, I'm getting a lot of pelts. It's gonna be pretty nice. So that's what I'm spending my 3 XP on. Ulrich. Maybe the herbalist talent could be kind of fun. So they're doing a lot of foraging, so that would help them with that. They're already a chef, so yeah, we'll give them herbalist. Really lean into the gathering and cooking aspects. Okay, just give me 0 XP. Why is it like bumping up the numbers? Okay. Cool. I want to find a castle. Dang it, I want to start a stronghold. Where is my other journal? Did I close out of it? No, it's right there. Say it shouldn't be hidden, but it is. Got too many papers everywhere. Like without Foundry, I would be playing a lot. So I know I'm playing pretty slow today, but without Foundry, I'd be playing way slower. Okay, it's a pleasant day, no rainfall, and no wind. Thank goodness. We're gonna do some crazy adventuring today. So let's bright and early, right at the crack of dawn. I guess we do need to consume food and water first, so let's go ahead and do that before I forget. Okay, consuming a bit of my food rations. Water I am good on. Ulrich, let's do the same. Gear, food. They consume food. Now I wish I didn't let all that meat go bad. Now we kind of need it. Okay. The other thing I want to check real fast, now that I'm a tanner, I feel like, I mean, I want to be able to turn my pelts into leather. Great. I think I'm going to need some stuff for it, though. Specifically, I think I need, like, so probably, I don't even know what I need. Tools. I need a tannery? With the tanner, I guess, does the talent say? Successful crafting roll. Turn pelts. If you have access to a tannery, you can create leather faster. You can also use the crafting skill to make leather armor with normal stats according to the armor table. Okay. That's kind of, then I can make better leather armor. That's cool. So I guess I don't need anything. I thought I would need like some tools, but I guess not. Because these are all for, oh, those all are used for smithing. Or you need a smith to make those, but I'm just double checking I'm not forgetting anything. That's all. I don't want to be, thought there would be some like tanning, like some like knife I would need, or I don't know. I'm double checking I'm not forgetting anything, but I've never done tanning before. Doesn't look like it. I guess we just assume that I have the stuff to do basic. Okay, good enough for me. Cool. And that's what every successful crafting. Does it take a quarter day to do that? It doesn't say. With a successful crafting roll, I can turn pelts into leather. Create leather faster. What? How fast? How much faster? Like, what does having a tannery do? What is it? What does having a tannery do? I think up to 12 units of pelts can be converted into an equal amount of leather. And this is just up to D6 units of pelts into leather. But I guess I don't know. I assume that's probably quarter day, but it doesn't say. Oh, it doesn't say because I think it's in the gear list under raw materials, leather. That still doesn't say. Okay, now I really don't know then. Whatever. Has a shelf life of 1 week. Nice. Okay. Well, we got belts. We're a tanner now. Ulrich is a herbalist. So we're chilling. Cool. Alright, I'm liking our little squad here. I'm gonna, yeah, let's maybe walk this way back to Wind End. Maybe rest up there. And then venture out like this way that we haven't gone yet. So I'm going to move our character over there. Copy the hex outline. Make sure I know where I've been and that we're entering a new hex. Because of this, we need to do our lead the way roll, which luckily it's not raining out. So, we'll be good. At least we don't have like any negative modifications, I guess is what I should say. Lead the way is successful. So we're chilling there. This is a new dark forest, so let's see what the encounter looks like. The nature of the location is rustling in the bushes, makes journey more arduous. And we see some fallen trees, but no combat encounter. No random encounter, no any encounters. Which is good. I like a nice chill walk through the forest. So we'll just do journey through forest. And that takes up a whole... Whoops, I guess it should be morning. Now it's noon. There we go. Okay, well, I'm going to move our character over there one more spot. I'll copy our little thing. And do another lead the way roll. We enter in a new dark forest. Lead the way was good. New dark forest roll. More fallen trees. We find a burial mound, but no random encounter. Okay, burial mound. This is really, it's right next to the hex. I believe this was the hex that we had the encounter with Nob? What was the guy? The goblin. I already forgot his name, but I think he's Bog. The goblin that wanted us to like desecrate the grave, which maybe we should go back and do. There might be crazy loot there. I don't know. But we found a burial mound. I'm curious. I'm gonna ask a fake question. Is it a similar type of burial mound to the one we found before? I'm gonna go likely, but I don't know for sure. It is. Interesting. Okay. Huh. Well, maybe if we desecrate this one, we can get some cool loot from it. Then we might get attacked from a death knight. I think we'll leave it be, but just remember that it's there. Okay. Nice. I guess we just then will journey back to... Because at this point, it was noon. Now it should be like 6 p.m. So then we can travel back to Wind End. Okay. And we don't have to roll for that. To Wind End. I guess we can... Returning hex, so... Sun cannot break through the dense crowns of trees. There's a bubbling spring nearby as we walk back to Wind End, our hometown. Kind of did a bit of a loop here today. In the past couple days, I guess. And probably just go to the Boisterous Lantern to sleep. Big sleeps. Okay. Back to my character. I'll pay for a stay at the inn again. Which I guess I'll just -1 silver plus 6 copper. That equals -4 copper. All right, cool. That takes us, because that took us to midnight till I get there. Now it's 6 a.m. the next day. Cool. My Pathfinder camper, my wizard name is Boggs. Every time you say it makes me laugh. That's a good name. Bog's a good name. Okay. We're back at Wind End. You know, I think that's maybe a good place to kind of wrap up. I definitely didn't get as far today as I would have liked. We only got through like 3 full days. But, I guess 4, technically. Yeah, 4 days. Not bad. We got a decent amount done. We kind of just did a bit of a loop here, but in the process, we ran into the escaped slave. We ran into Bog and the grave that we found. Did a bit of hunting. We found Bloodguard. That village was not there before. Learned about that place. Bought a donkey there. Learned about their paranormal like cold spots they're having. Learned that the foolish bandits that Wind End has been dealing with are kind of headquartered out of Bloodguard and are on pretty good terms with Bloodguard, so that's like a whole thing. Found another burial mound that seems similar to the one we found before, and we're back at Wind End. So not a bad little couple day journey, I would say. I guess I'll give my characters XP real fast. I guess we do that at the beginning of the day, but I'll do that now that we at least would each get one more for doing some traveling through hexes. But yeah, I think we'll wrap it up there for today. But this is definitely a game I will return to soon. It will not be another 7 months before I play this again. It will be like a couple weeks, maybe. Because I do like spacing out my playthroughs, but I want to return to this more frequently. I feel like we have a pretty good start. I like our characters. I like the threads we got going on, and I think they're pretty interesting and can lead to some fun stories. And we got some good characters already added here, which is nice. I like having a nice little character list and thread list with Mythic. And yeah, I think the one thing I probably will change is I will probably change Ulrich to be an actual player character. It's the one thing that, now that I've been playing solo again, I don't know how much I like the idea of companions. I think I would rather just play two like different player characters and then just play it that way. I don't know. I think makes a little bit more sense for me, and I'd probably prefer that. But once again, I guess that's just me. But yeah, had fun playing this today. I also will throw out there again, I talked about at the beginning my little macro helper that I created with like all of these Foundry macros for Forbidden Lands, which is pretty cool. I've been using that throughout this to like create villages and NPCs and whatnot and legends, which I spent a lot of time on, and I do plan on making this like a public module for others to use at some point in the near future, hopefully in the next like couple weeks max. I just want to like tweak it a little bit, test it a little bit more, add a couple more things to it, especially like character creation. That looks like you can kind of do that through character sheets, so I don't know. But yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there. But yeah, I'm really happy to be returning to Forbidden Lands. I really like this game. Like I said, there's a lot of things in this that I like. To go over some, I like the fact that it's a hex crawl game. I haven't played many hex crawl games, but I like the idea that I have a defined map, a defined world, I have a scale, which is hexes, and I know how many hexes I can travel in a given amount of time. Like, I like that it gives me specific rules for traveling. I like that different terrains can affect how many hexes you can move. I like the weather affects how moving works. I like all of that. I like that the game is split up into quarter days. I think that works pretty well with like hex travels and doing other stuff. I think it's a nice way to segment the days. I like that there's like weather rules, like I just said. I like that it's cool that it affects, you know, how it is to make camp, or how it is if it's raining, it's harder to hike. I really like that aspect of the game. I mentioned it earlier. I really like that there are seasons to the game, and that the seasons actually matter, not just for like role-playing reasons and like in-world reasons, but I also like that, you know, seasons change how much daylight you have, which quarters a day you have daylight. I think that is really cool. Or that like seasons can also affect stuff like foraging, and different terrains can affect stuff like foraging and hunting and movement. I think all of that just it's not too much rules, but I think it really helps add to the game, and that's the stuff I like. I also really like, in RPGs that talked about this earlier, I really like crafting systems. I'm a sucker for a crafting system. So the fact that you can craft almost any item in this game is really nice. The fact that you can forage and hunt and fish, I very much like. I like that you can have bases. I was hoping we'd get to Stronghold stuff today, but I'm a pretty slow player, and it took me a while to create characters, so that's on me. But I'm dying to try to dive more into the Stronghold stuff, especially that you can like build upgrades that actually, like, you know, you can build a tannery to tan stuff faster. You can build a quarry to gather stone to craft more items, and all this other stuff. It seems really, really cool. I like the characters that you don't. It's different that you don't have HP and levels, that you just have stats, and that those can get broken. I like the way that dice are rolled. I like the skill checks that it's just a bunch of D6, and a success is just you need to roll at least 1 6, and then modifiers modify the number of D6s you roll. I think is a really interesting way to do dice rolls, but I like it that even no matter how good you are at something, there's a chance you can fail, which I think is pretty neat. What else do I like about this game? Yeah, I guess I figured out today the whole encumbrance system. I don't know how much of a fan I am of it, but I guess I figured out a way around it a little bit with just getting a donkey. I like the talent system. We didn't surprisingly get into any combat today. The combat is pretty cool. It's a little complex, and there's even advanced rules to make it like add more to it, but it's not too crazy. I really like the character creation. I especially feel like the version I use that's in like the adventures and legends little extra thing, it's really cool because it gives you the nice like formidable events and the stuff that happened to your like your childhood, and like it's a lot more random. You have a lot less control over your character, but I think it's cool how it all comes together, and I really like it. It feels like it's a solid character creator. What else do I like about this game? What else? I mean, that kind of covers everything, but I there's a lot I like about it. Obviously, it takes a while to play. Even with the help of my nice like little macros, it's still stuff can go pretty slow. But I like this game. Like I said, it's one that now that I've kind of been relearning the rules, I plan on returning to pretty frequently, I hope. Especially because I spent a lot of time on these dang macros. I want to use them more, but we got to use them today, which is kind of fun. And yeah, like I said, I'm pretty happy with how our story's unfolding so far with this Wolfkin duo. But like I said, I think next time I play, before next time, I'm gonna convert Ulrich probably into an actual player character and not a companion. I might like slightly remake them. Because I think I would probably prefer to play with just 2 player characters than like a player character and a companion. I don't think it would be that much more work. It definitely would be more rules and whatnot, but then it's also less to worry about like, oh, can a companion do this? Companion can't push rolls, they don't have willpower, but then, yeah, I don't know. I think I just like it better personally. But yeah, it's a solid Foundry module. It's cool that it has a soundtrack. That's what we're listening to now. Works well with Mythic. I really like this game. Very cool game. Very cool world. Good character, like professions, good like kins that you can play as. I like it a whole lot. Look at this. We spent that whole time in just these couple of hexes, and we got this whole map to explore. We already added 2 new places that weren't there, but yeah, had a lot of fun, and definitely will return to this sooner than 7 months, because it's just been like 7 months since last time I played. So yeah, especially playing on Foundry like this, I think it's a lot easier to play. You know, if I'm playing like an RPG like with pen and paper, sometimes it's a bit harder for me to play that because I have to like, you know, get everything out and it's a lot more slow. But I feel like Foundry is just like speeds stuff up a lot, and it's a nice module. It's got the cool map, good, you know, it's well made. I don't know, I'm a big fan of it. So I get that playing stuff digitally isn't the same, but I don't know if I'd really. I mean, I definitely would play this not on Foundry, but I think now that I have, you know, everything here, I'm gonna keep playing it this way, and it's a lot easier for that. But yeah, like I said, I will put it in my schedule to play this like within the next couple of weeks, and we'll pick back up on this and hopefully get a lot further, get a cool stronghold, get some of that stuff going on, get further into the story, figure out more about these foolish bandits and the adventuring party that captured us, and the supernatural spots in Bloodguard, and trying to become the best archer in Forbidden Lands. Like, I think we got some fun stuff set up. Definitely, if I was creating my characters off stream, I probably would have worked on my backstories a little bit, trying to like flesh out their backstories, figure out better stuff for them. But I already spent a lot of time on the character creation, so I didn't want to spend more. But maybe that's something I'll do also before next time, is try to flesh out their backstories a little bit more. Though, like I said, I think the character creation gives you a lot to work with, which is nice. That's all I got, really. This was a fun little stream. Surprising. I think this is gonna be shorter than my stream yesterday, which is funny because yesterday was supposed to be just a quick little stream. But yeah, it's getting a little late here, and we're at a good wrapping up point. We're kind of back where we started, but we had, you know, a lot happen between that couple of days. So yeah, I think that's that'll be that for today. Surprise Forbidden Land streams, absolutely. I could see that being a thing. Yeah, if I'm just feeling like playing Forbidden Lands for a few hours, maybe I'll hop back on. But I also, could be just a normal solo gaming Sunday stream of something I return to. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for popping by, KDK, and hanging out, watching me adventure it up in Forbidden Lands. But yeah, I guess real quick, I'll hop to my just chatting screen here. Whoa, really zoomed in. I'm now huge. I'll real quick talk about what's upcoming on my channel this week. So next week, got a video coming out like normal, and it's one I am very excited for. One video that like 2 weeks ago I didn't even think I was going to be doing, but here it's going to be coming out Wednesday, is for a little game called Bullet Surge. And I posted about this in my Discord because when I found out about it, I was super excited. Bullet Heart, my current favorite game in my collection and favorite solo game, and Bullet Star are being made into a digital game called Bullet Surge that's coming out, I think, later this year at some point. It looks really cool. It's basically the same thing as Bullet Heart. There are some changes. It's not exactly the same. It's like 80% the same game, maybe 90%. Same characters, a lot of the same abilities, slightly different rules for the digital format. And apparently, I didn't realize this till like yesterday, the demo is already out for the game. I played it a little bit today. It is very fun. The demo has a surprising amount in it. It has the score attack mode with a couple of characters. It also has the boss attack mode with a couple characters. So that's what I'll be playing for the video this week, is playing through some of Bullet Surge and getting to try that out, which I, like I said, am super excited for. I didn't know this game existed a couple weeks ago, and then I realized it was kind of surprised. Oh, the game exists, and now it's like, oh, the demo's out. So I'm just like, very exciting stuff. So that's what the video is this week. So keep an eye out for that. And next Sunday, I will not be streaming. Next Sunday is Father's Day, so I will be doing Father's Day stuff, be traveling, all that good stuff. So I will not be streaming next Sunday. But after that, I should be hopefully going back to like a pretty regularly scheduled streams for at least the rest of June. Probably most of July will be normal streams. I don't think I'll have any that I have at least written out that I'll be missing, but who knows? We'll play it by ear. And I'll definitely, keep an eye out on the Discord. If you're not on the Discord, I might be doing some more surprise streams here and there on the weekends, or maybe not even on the weekends, but probably on the weekends. If I'm feeling in the mood for more Forbidden Lands, I'll maybe return to this. One game I want to return to also sometime soon is Gloomhaven, the digital version. I want to try that again. Probably play more Slay the Spire because I'm like addicted to that game right now. That's kind of that. Fallout is something I'm going to be wanting to return to soon. My Fallout playthrough series, my RPG with Lilith and VRAM. That's something that I will be returning to here soon in the next couple of weeks. I talked about it on, I think, my marathon live stream. I was supposed to do a video last week for it, but the detective board game, I will be returning to also later this month. I want to at least finish case number 1. There's 5 cases. I want to at least finish case number 1 and then maybe do case number 2 and 3 and return to that every now and again. So that's something I want to return to. And like I said, I think July, I'm going to have some pretty interesting and new videos coming out and maybe doing some fun new live streams. So yeah, just be on the lookout for all that stuff. Definitely later this month, I want to do another, I want to do a chat disrupted speed run. So I want to combine, the speed run playthroughs and the chat disrupted playthroughs, combine them for a chat disrupted speed run. So I think later this month we'll do a stream with that. So yeah, that's what's kind of coming this week and kind of briefly coming this month on the channel. So yeah, that's all I got though. Had fun. Wish we would have gotten a stronghold set up, but you know what? That's okay. I feel like we got a lot of like story stuff set up, and yeah, had fun playing this. So yeah, Thanks for streaming. Would be interested in more Forbidden Lands in the future. I'm glad to hear. I like this game, and it seemed like, I mean, not that views and likes are everything, but I mean, I also do use how many views a video gets and how many likes the things get to see, you know, what should I return to? What do y'all at home like watching? And I know my last Forbidden Land stream did pretty well, so it seemed like people enjoyed that. So it's definitely one that I really enjoyed, and it seemed like y'all did too. So glad to hear that, and I will definitely return to this again and not wait 7 months because that was too long. And that's why I would just restarted my character and my adventure because I was like, I kind of forgot what happened. I could rewatch the stream, but I was like, I know I also made some rule mistakes. So I was like, I'll just restart. It's all good. I wanted to play as Wolfkin anyway. Sounded fun. But yeah, that's all I got for today. I guess I don't have. Can we turn off the Forbidden Lands music as I kind of wrap up here? The spooky Forbidden Lands music. Can I get some like, I don't know, this song? Good song. Okay. But yeah, that's all I got for today. So thank you all so much for watching. If you enjoyed this stream, a like would be greatly appreciated. It lets me know that you like this stuff. And until next time, I'll see y'all. Have a good week, everybody. Go explore Forbidden Lands. It's not that bad. I mean, it's the worst that's gonna happen, right?
It's okay to be a human full of doubt. Listen, this is the condition that we all